Bienvenidos. Welcome to a special meeting of the City of Half Moon Bay, Wednesday, August 7, 2024. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Reddick?
Here.
Councilmember Penrose?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rohrbeck?
Here.
Mayor Jimenez?
Here.
Unfortunately, Councilmember Brownstone is not able to attend in person tonight. He is under the weather with an illness. Councilmember Brownstone has notified us that he will be attending remotely for just cause due to this illness. City Attorney Catherine Engberg has confirmed that Councilmember Brownstone may do so under new Brown Act meeting provisions, AB 2449, provided a quorum of the council attends in person and the member attends via audio and video technology. Given that I see 4 council members here in person tonight, Councilmember Brownstone may attend remotely. Councilmember Brownstone, as required by the Brown Act, could you please let us know if there is anyone 18 years of age or older in the room with you, and if so, your relationship with them, and can you see the council chambers and hear everything up until now?
There is no one else in the room with me, and I can see the council chambers.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. May we stand for the pledge, please? Thank you. Do we have any reports from recent closed sessions?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The council met in closed session earlier this evening to discuss 2 matters of litigation, one involving Casamira Homeowners Association, and the second item of litigation involving Thomas Gearing. Nothing to report out.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rohrbeck?
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We go to item 1A.
Mr. Mayor, this is a consent item, and so
Yeah.
we just need a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rohrbeck?
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We go to our resolutions and staff reports. Item 2A, I'm going to have to recuse myself.
Thank you, Mayor. We will be in touch when we're done with this item. You can rejoin us.
Thank you.
The city clerk and I will be presenting on this item, and I'll just wait for a moment. You know, Maggie was going to run my slides. Oh, but she's busy with chairs. She's multitasking. All right, so this item is to receive an update on the petition entitled Referendum Against an Ordinance Passed by the City Council that is related to the 555 Kelly Affordable Housing Project. That petition was submitted to the city on August 1st, and in light of the community interest in this matter, staff brought this item forward as an informational update to council. I do have a few short slides. I wanted to provide some context here in terms of the referendum process, and then our city clerk, Jessica Blair, will provide some additional specifics. But I do think it's important just to understand just the law of the referendum. So we're going to talk about nuts and bolts. We're going to talk about the topics that are subject to referendum and allow time for questions. Next slide. All right, so in terms of the nuts and bolts, the Elections Code refers to ordinances as being subject to referendum. And so the process is that once an ordinance is adopted by council, and as you know, those require 2 readings, after the second reading, the ordinance is attested by the city clerk. And that kicks off a period of time, 30 days, for ordinances to be referended, is sort of the term, the verb. And proponents have 30 days from the date that that ordinance is attested to collect sufficient signatures. In most cases, there's another route where proponents can prepare a summary of the referendum, and then in that case, the 30 days runs from the city attorney's approval of the summary. I'll just say that that method is more common when the ordinances are really lengthy, and they don't want it, that would be burdensome to attach the whole ordinance, so the proponents go with a summary route. That 30-day period is, per state law. And you'll notice that when the council adopts ordinances, every single ordinance has a boilerplate that notes that they are effective within 30 days. And that is consistent with the right of referendum to allow, the proponents to circulate a petition before that ordinance actually takes effect. So once and then in terms of the number of signatures needed, it would need to be 10% or more of registered voters in the city. All right, next slide. And the next step is that the city clerk reviews the petition to see if it is procedurally accurate and correct. And if it is, then the city clerk has 30 business days to verify the signatures. There is some situations where the city clerk could actually take up to 90 business days to verify signatures, but typically it's 30 days, the verification process. And so once that verification process is complete, the clerk comes back to the city council for next steps. And next slide there. If the next step would be for the city council to consider that referendum petition, and the council would have 2 choices. One would be to repeal the ordinance, and the other would be to submit it to the voters at the next regular municipal election. Actually, before you move on, I did want to point out that the ordinance in that case would be stayed, so it wouldn't actually take effect if the council decides to put the ordinance on the ballot until the voters actually approve the ordinance. I want to say something more about just the repeal before we move on. I know we're moving fast here, but just one note about the repeal option. That idea is intended sort of to go back to status quo, and as if the ordinance were never adopted in the first place. Okay, next slide. And then in terms of what is subject to referendum, only legislative actions are subject to referendum, and that's pursuant to the California Constitution, which has then, of course, the details have been codified in the Elections Code, but the Constitution reserves the rights of the people to referend statutes, and actually enact statutes as well by initiative. So they're sort of flip sides of the same coin. Voters can enact statutes or ordinances by initiative and can repeal statutes and ordinances by referendum. So what are legislative actions? Well, I'm just listed some examples here in the slide. In the context of city government, they are typically general plan amendments, zoning ordinances, and development agreements are legislative actions. Courts have clarified what is not a what is not a legislative action and is therefore not subject to referendum, and that would be variances, subdivision maps, conditional use permits. Those types of things are administrative actions and therefore not subject to referendum. So that is pretty much the end of my presentation. I wanted to note that the materials attached to the staff report are the letter from the city clerk rejecting the referendum petition because it was not a legislative act, essentially. The Elections Code refers to ordinances, and there was no ordinance that was considered or approved by the council with respect to the 555 Kelly project, nor any other legislative approvals have been before council regarding this project. The Planning Commission approved a coastal development permit, which, as I noted earlier, is not actually referendable, and there was no referendum attempt on the coastal development permit. What the council did was deny an appeal, and I would just note that while that's not referendable, the fact of revoking that, if there were ability for voters to revoke that, would not actually deny the project. It would just go back, revoking that would just leave in place the CDP that the Planning Commission issued. So I did just want to note that just for context in terms of how the process worked for 555 Kelly. It was the Planning Commission, not the City Council, that approved the coastal development permit, and then that went up on appeal to the City Council within the timeframes allowed for appeals, and the Council denied that appeal, and that was the resolution that was adopted, I believe, approved on June 26th and was attached to the referendum petition. With that, I think that's all I had to say, but I wanted to invite our city clerk to add anything in terms of information.
I don't have anything additional to add, but happy to answer questions if there are any.
So for that, Vice Mayor, I guess you could bring it back for any clarifying questions by council, and I do believe we have some speaker slips.
Are there any clarifying questions? No.
I
Okay.
have none.
Did I hear somebody?
Robert said he doesn't have any.
Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
Robert. I don't know if you could see
All
this. I
right.
just said I don't have any.
No, thank you. Thank you, Robert. We have a weird situation with public forum tonight on this item. Councilmember Penrose is really feeling terrible, and she wants to go home. So I would hope, I have 9 slips here, and I would love to limit the speakers to 2 minutes or less so that she will be in a position at that time to leave. This is not a voting issue. This is merely an update to the council. So I understand that there's a lot of passion about this issue, but we're not going to be voting on it tonight. And in the interest of the health of Councilmember Penrose, who, if she chose to leave, we would not have this item at all on the agenda because we wouldn't have a quota of the council present. So with that in mind, I would like to limit the speakers to 2 minutes. The clerk will tell you when your time is up, and please stop. The first speaker is Richard Simmons, followed by Bill Hevlin.
Good evening. Okay. Great, thank you. The facility is badly needed. Still can't hear me. How about that? Okay, good. However, there's problems. Location being number one, and the undemocratic process by which it's being railroaded. First of all, it's safety. Safety is first in any project I've ever been in, and anyone you have too. Does the existing large facility increase the existing danger at Kelly and Highway 1? That is one of the most complicated intersections in all of Half Moon Bay. We have people going in and out of Tres Amigos. You can go in and out 2 different directions. It's possible to go in more for less, in or out 2 different directions. It's the main channel for getting in and out of Hatch. It's one of the main exits and entrances for Cunha. It is one of the principal sites of gridlock on any busy weekend when there's an event. There's pedestrian and bicycle traffic there. Now, let's take that complicated intersection and add on top of it construction materials, delivery of materials. There's going to be an increase in serious accidents at that intersection. My question to you is, have you collected police reports? Have you collected information from Caltrans about just how dangerous that intersection is? My hunch is that this has gone so fast that no, it hasn't been done. Safety is not being considered.
Please, no applause, all right? This is a dignified meeting. We don't want to encourage or discourage any speakers, so please do not applaud. Thank you. Bill Hevlin, followed by Noreen Hevlin.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and my sympathy to you, Council Penrose. I am Bill Hevlin, and I am a principal lay leader of the Unitarian Universalist Coastside community here in Half Moon Bay. And all of us have gathered here and online. We love this city of Half Moon Bay and the coastside. And when 555 Kelly is completed in a year or two, we will all still love this city and the coastside. And many of us will point to 555 Kelly as a community expression of this love, as a memorial to the 2023 farm worker shootings, as a tangible response to the squalid farm worker housing that subsequent investigations revealed. 555 Kelly as a visible memorial expressing the love that undergirds this community, the love that defines this community. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, I'm Noreen Cooper Hevlin, a principal of the Unitarian Universalist Coastside Community and also Coastside Faith in Action. I am sure that it's frustrating to hear more comments about a project, one that has been endlessly discussed and already approved. Our city's motto is vivir, trabajar, y jugar. Live, work, and play. Let's not forget, although some farm workers may not have the right to vote, so much for their representation in any referendum, they do work here. Still, it's impossible for many to find safe, affordable housing to indeed live here. As for how this construction may inconvenience the Catholic Church next door, I'm reminded the Bible has over 2,000 verses about helping the poor. That's not 20, that's not 200, that's 2,000. And we're also told to be generous and just. As people of faith, let us also valorar y proteger, value and protect those living on the margins. Now, my son was going to Cunha when there was construction there, and you know what? It was inconvenient, but it was a better cause. It was a good thing, and you look at Cunha now, and it's fantastic. The same is going to happen here for 555 Kelly. Please, just all this argument, all this trying to change people's minds, it's already been approved.
Good evening. Thank you very much for letting me speak. My name is Steve Hyman. I'm a local real estate broker and a 40-year Half Moon Bay resident. I know tonight you'll hear both sides speak eloquently about the Kelly Avenue project. Paraphrasing a famous song, there must be 50 ways to reject Kelly Avenue. I will spare you that I won't sing it. The bottom line is this is a really good idea in a horrible location, way too tall and way too expensive. I don't know how you as elected officials can look us voters in the face and tell us this $43 million building that should cost around $12 million to build is good for us. Spending almost $1.1 million per unit for affordable housing is outrageous. As an alternative, you could buy 70 Sandy Cove two-bedroom condos or 5 50-room homeless hotels. You obviously aren't listening to the many voters who are against this poorly designed, grossly overpriced project that I think you're going to have long-ranging consequences on city finances, mainly rejecting your proposal to increase the sales tax. Your reckless spending needs to stop, and the only way to do that is to put you on a financial diet. You don't give an alcoholic to stop drinking by giving him another bottle of booze, and you don't give bureaucrats to stop spending by giving them more money. Your approach to Kelly Avenue guarantees that the public will reject your tax increase initiative this fall. So as the Paul Simon song ends, make a new plan, Stan, just listen to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Please, no applause. Nancy Fontana, followed by Lily Ray.
I'm going to be short and sweet, or at least I'll try. Okay. I'm against the Kelly Avenue project because of the size, the location, the traffic issues, congestion, not inconvenience. I used to drive this street all the time with my kids. I don't have to do that anymore. So nothing, it won't inconvenience me, but that's not the issue. The issue is safety. The other thing I want to point out, I'm going to, like I said, keep it short. At the approval hearing, Councilmember Brownstone stated that he didn't care if this set a precedent. That is frightening. Please close your eyes and picture Half Moon Bay with that in mind. Is that what you want it to look like? Really? A better project would have been the original plan, a lower height. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily Ray, followed by Kike Bazan.
Hi, I'm Lily Ray, and I am the board president of ALAS, and I really appreciate this opportunity to speak tonight. There is so much misinformation surrounding 555 Kelly that there is a fact sheet, and I urge you all to read it. For instance, nowhere in everything that's been approved does it say that 555 Kelly is counting on the parking at the church. Nowhere does it say that. This is housing for senior farm workers, men and women who've been putting food on our tables for 20, 30, and some even 40 years. After the horrific shooting, this city pulled together, held and attended vigils to honor the victims. Floodlights spread over the reality of how the farm workers were living. The commitment to fix these conditions was rampant and across the board. I'm all for affordable housing, is what you heard everywhere. My question is, until when? Until it's real? It's real now. A real solution for our seniors to age with dignity and grace. So thank you, City Council, for approving this project, for seeing the future of this gorgeous city and having the vision to include this group of people who have been in the shadows. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Kike Bazan, followed by Hal Bogner.
Hello, my name is Kike Bazan. I work for ALAS, and I've been part of the 555 Kelly project for a year and a half. And I'm against the referendum because there is a reason why a community-based organization is working in this project, because we want to make sure that all the voices are being listened to. We had community meetings. We also had meetings with the Planning Commission, with the City Council. We have had platform for all the voices, especially the voices of the people that are going to benefit from that project, are going to can say their part. With a referendum, we eliminate voices. When we talk about going back to the original project, we don't listen to voices. And so that's why I'm against the project, because it doesn't listen to all the voices that are really going to benefit from the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Kike. Hal Bogner, followed by Vaughn Harrison.
Good evening, council members, and I hope you feel much better, Ms. Penrose. Sorry you have to, kind of sit through things when you're not feeling well. And I hope Harvey, Robert, you're well again soon. I'd like to, first recognize, the goodwill of all of the people who've worked toward the project. This is not about rejecting helping people. What I hear, unfortunately, is a distrust of democracy, and I kind of thought that we have at least 6 months left of democracy in this country, hopefully more. Over 1,000 voters have rapidly added their signatures to a petition to say, let's have full public discussion, let's have all the issues asked and answered. Not all of them have been answered. It's been a pretty rushed process. The 3 different appellants raised very clear and varying questions of significance. And, we truly have a community that helps. We have a community that is supported and is building 880 Stone Pine. We have considerable affordable housing projects for seniors and so on South Main Street. And we have an obligation to further affordable housing. I know that one of the issues coming right after this involves that very directly. What disappoints me is a lack of understanding on the part of some people that the process here is a lawful process by which the council can hear from the voters on certain actions, and while the staff contends that these particular actions so far may not stand up to scrutiny in front of a judge after hearings and evidence, that there were no legislative, that they were purely administrative decisions all along the way by the Planning Commission. I know that planning commissioners themselves disagree on that. However, it's not even necessary. After you issue a lease, you will be committing a legislative act to issue a lease. The 1,000+ people who signed this will come back, and this will be voted on and not decided as early as November 5th and behind us, so we can move forward with the project.
Thank you, Hal.
But rather a year or 2 down the road.
Vaughn Harrison, followed by Corey Schwabenland.
I'm Vaughn Harrison. I'm a member of the Coastside Jewish Community and Coastside Faith in Action. And we don't need to discuss again the pros and cons of 555 Kelly. I feel like it has been decided, and I just want to plead that everybody would come together as a community and not let this be a reason to for a lot of bad feelings now. Like Bill Hevlin said, let's come to this project with love.
Thank you. Corey Schwabenland, followed by Dan Haggerty.
Hello, esteemed council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm here speaking against the referendum and for the continued progress on 555 Kelly. Kelly Avenue is the gateway to the coast and therefore the heart of our community. We've heard that so many times in these meetings, and we all know it's absolutely true. That fact is also emphasized as a justification for why this project shouldn't exist. Because it will be big, because it will be unwelcoming, because it will be dangerous to the community. Every day that I drive into or out of Half Moon Bay, the first thing I see is farm workers on either side of me on the 1, on the 92, working all day, all along the coast from Half Moon Bay down to Pescadero. They have been here putting their bodies and their physical welfare on the line for decades to feed every single person in this room and beyond. How did we get so far from promising to do better to support those workers just 1 year ago in the wake of last year's tragedy, to saying, well, in theory, I support housing, but. Laborers need a place to live, and they have been in this room at planning commission meetings, at city council meetings, as well as in the streets, having vigils with their kids to tell you that they need housing. They need safe housing. They have an investment. Everybody has an investment in this project being safe for all of us as community members. That's democracy in action too. Senior farm workers are your neighbors. They're coastsiders. They need this housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Haggerty, followed by Lucas Geese.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to say that clearly I'm against the 555 Kelly project as it's been designed. Too big, too many parking problems, and just too much overall impact to the city. I was part of the signature gathering, and I want to say that we had to turn away a very large number of people that lived in north of Half Moon Bay and south of Half Moon Bay. Before they left, after I said you can't sign because you're not a Half Moon Bay resident, many of them were very upset because they clearly know that this will impact everybody up and down the coast. As far as I know, the county is in the process of actually doing a study of a need. So a lot of indications are that the number of units in this building are actually more than needed. I think that we could meet the need, whatever it is, with far less of a sharp impact to the community members and the visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Lucas Geese is the last in-house speaker. Then we're going to have some Zoom people.
Hello, my name is Lucas Gisa, longtime Half Moon Bay resident. I want to say I support high density, high buildings with small apartments. So I think it's a good idea in general. It'll be close to the main area, close to shopping, within walking distance, close to public transportation. And so yeah, these kind of things are good. I think things like 11 luxury mansions behind Shoreline Shopping Station is a bad idea. I also think that taking the city property behind, oh, sorry, I'm very nervous. Please excuse me. Taking the entire city property behind Stone Pine to make a trailer park is kind of a waste of space. Like I said, I think high density, tall buildings with small apartments are a good idea. I think it'd be better to have a city park back there instead of a, like a trailer park. And I think that's about it. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you. Please excuse me again.
Thank you, Lucas.
David Rakowski.
Actually, it's Joanne Rapaski, and good evening, council members. As a member of Coastside Faith in Action and Faith in Action Bay Area, I'm a strong supporter of the housing plan for 555 Kelly. Supporters of the referendum against 555 Kelly say the voters need a chance. They need a choice, but they had a choice when they elected you the members of the City Council, who in turn appointed the members of the Planning Commission. And both you and the Planning Commission approved the project. During these deliberations, there were ample opportunities for voters to make their opinions known. And before that, there were public meetings to inform about the project. So let's just call the proposed referendum what it is: an attempt by people unhappy with the approval to overturn it by any means possible. Thank you for the opportunity to make a comment, and I hope both you, Councilmember Brownstone, and you, Councilmember Penrose, feel better soon.
Ellen Haig.
Good evening. My name's Ellen Haig. I'm also a leader with Coastside Faith in Action and Faith in Action Bay Area. I'm here again to voice my very strong support for the wonderful affordable housing project for farm workers at 555 Kelly. As you know, both City Council and Planning Commission have approved it. The 3 appeals have been denied. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to City Council and all involved for approving 555 Kelly and for the hard work and efforts that were involved. 555 Kelly Avenue will be a beautiful, affordable housing complex. It will be life-giving and life-changing for some of our farm workers who are so deserving. Thank you.
Rocio Avila.
Bueno.
Buenas noches, Rocío. Habla Víctor Hernández.
Ok, Víctor, está bien.
Ya sabes
Empiezo.
cómo le hacemos.
Sí. Buenas tardes a todos, el concilio. Mi nombre es Rocío Ávila, líder comunitario.
Good afternoon to all and to council members. My name is Rocío Ávila. I'm a community leader.
Quiero hacerles saber que este referéndum marginaliza a los más necesitados al querer poner en la boleta de noviembre la votación de 555 Kelly.
I want to let you know that this referendum marginalizes people in regards to the 555 project.
Y las 1,179 firmas recaudadas
And the 170 some odd signatures that were collected,
¿cómo podemos saber que son de las personas que viven en Half Moon Bay?
how can we know if these are signatures from people that live in Half Moon Bay?
Esto sería una discriminación para las personas que no podemos votar, pero que sí vivimos, trabajamos y contribuimos en la ciudad.
This would be a discrimination for those people who cannot vote and that we work and live here.
Es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
The phone number beginning with 415.
Good evening. This
Hi.
is Amy of Mercy Housing.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Ramey Dare of Mercy Housing. I want to thank the City Council and for your leadership on 555 Kelly and voting in June to uphold the Planning Commission's approval. As you recall, there was incredibly powerful testimony that evening from senior farm workers and their families who are in desperate need of housing in this location where they can access services. Per the city's conditions of approval, 555 Kelly will be 100% affordable to low-income and extremely low-income households. The head of households will need to be seniors who are 55 years and older and who are current or retired agricultural workers that live or work in Half Moon Bay or San Mateo County. And the design that we presented and got approved was based on 2 years of extensive community engagement by Mercy and Alas in partnership with the city. And many of our engagement efforts were in both Spanish and English. We had 3 community meetings attended by 180 area residents, We door knocked with a fact sheet at city businesses and neighborhood residents, and we vetted the design with 5 city departments and twice with the Architectural Advisory Committee. Of course, we had 3 planning commission hearings that we attended and the city council meeting that all included extensive public comment. In all of these engagements, we heard from farm workers about their living conditions and their need for affordable housing with support services in town. These are farm workers who are hidden and whose voices are not normally heard. This was our democratic process. As you know, Mercy, Alice, and the city have much work to do together to ensure that 40 senior farm workers and their families will have dignified, affordable housing with supportive services. We need the talent and skills of the city family to be focused on creating this housing at 555 Kelly and not questioning previous decisions that were made based on good public policy and extensive community engagement. We look forward to working together to serve the city's most vulnerable through this affordable senior farm worker housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramey. Doreen?
Hello, this is Doreen Garrity, and I am urging that you put this on, you allow this petition to go to the vote of the Half Moon Bay voters in November, because there's a lot of confusion regarding this. In fact, how many people will be allowed to be in that housing that are actual local co-siders? I've heard a variety of different numbers. One as low as 30% of the residents that be allowed to live in that housing would be local co-siders. And the rest would be coming from elsewhere, the county and anywhere in the state. So there's a lot of things going on, and there's a lot of questions. So this information needs to be made, all this information needs to be made and put on the ballot and let the Half Moon Bay voters vote on it. Thank you very much for your time, and I really hope you make the right decision for the entire city.
Hi, this is Frank. We only have one computer, so we both have our hand raised. May I go now, or you can call on me later?
Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. This agenda item is about the petition, and I urge you to accept it and let the voters have a say in this. This is a huge project, biggest project maybe in the history of the city. And as Doreen said, there's a lot of confusion and misinformation. My personal biggest concern is that the cost of this, we are a city in debt, yet the city's ready to give away a $1.3 million piece of property of our assets and our resources. And who knows what other, we hear all kinds of other numbers that the city will contribute to this, yet we're in debt. Well, which is it? It's just not the time for this. It's just too high of a building for the city. Basically, the public is outraged, and you saw by the 1,200 signatures and many, many more that didn't get a chance to sign it. So I just urge you to present all the facts to the citizens, the costs versus the benefits, the pros, the cons. Let the voters decide on their city, the future of their city, the finances of their city. That's all I really have to say is, again, this agenda item is about accepting the petition, and you presented some legal reasons not to, yet Al has presented some very good legal reasons why you should. So please let the voters, your constituents, decide this huge matter that affects all of us so greatly and the entire future of our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. April Vargas?
I'll be brief. The city is leasing the land. You're not giving it away, and you're not selling it. There is a lot of disinformation, and the thing that I find really regrettable is that people are saying, well, I'm for affordable housing, I want to support our farm workers, but no, this project isn't good, but nobody really has come up with a viable alternative. So it's always easy to say no and walk away. We've been doing that for the whole history of our the way that we are treating our farm workers. The city has done the right thing by approving this project. The referendum is not legal, so it can't be accepted. And I really would urge everyone, yes, to find out the truth about the project and not believe the scare tactic type of statements that have been circulating for the last several months. Thank you.
I have one last in-person speaker, Patricia Stevenson.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Stevenson. I feel a lot of people locally who are in support of this believe that once this project's done, we're going to go to our local farms here and collect up 40 units worth of people and give them homes. And compared to our senior housing, which is only 20% local, if we get those numbers with your next 480 units, only 96 units will be going out to local people, with 384 units going in for new residents coming into town. You guys acknowledge that there's going to be parking, traffic issues. You say you'll resolve that, but why don't we address it now before the problem starts? A lot of people don't realize that financing has a lot to do with who gets into this. So if we take county money, we take anybody from county, state, we're obligated to the state. I feel there's a real lack of public outreach in Half Moon Bay, especially since Half Moon Bay Review is no longer in print. Many older people do not go online to read the newspaper. If we only had this kind of turnout all the time, that would be amazing. And I feel this project's going to open us up to the new high density all over town, because I know you've already mapped out all the available lots around town where you could stuff in some high density. So this is just the beginning. You don't have the proper public transportation for this building. It's supposed to run every 15 minutes during the 8 business hours, which, you know, we don't have that. And to suggest that they should take Uber, that's ridiculous. We're providing low-income housing. How are they going to Uber around? Yes, we have a lot of engagement, but we don't have a lot of answers. So that's pretty much my comments for the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Let's bring it back to council. Do we have any comments on the petition? Council members.
Yeah, I was one of the council members who voted to uphold the Planning Commission appeal. I do think, however, as this property is a publicly owned property, owned by the city, and the fact that more than 1,000 signatures have been gathered to place this on the ballot, that I feel, given its public ownership, that we should err on the side of outreach and input, and I'm in favor of directing staff to schedule a special meeting so that we can deliberate on placing this on the November 5th ballot, and to hold this meeting on Friday in time for complying with the county's ballot deadlines.
Any other council member wish to speak? You want to talk?
Yeah, I've made my feelings clear from the beginning. I'm not a person who will say, I'm for affordable housing, but. There's always a but. That's what we hear from a lot of folks. This may not be the ideal project, but it is a project. The council approved it. The signatures, although they express a lot of public outrage and a public concern, are not valid. It's not referendable. So I have to go along with what my attorney says and agree that it's not referendable. I also think that if the public really does care about the project, unless they're totally against it, unless they're totally against farm worker housing, in which case I don't want to hear from them. If they care about farm worker housing, then let's have you come up with some good ideas on how to make this project work. I'd like to hear that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Brownstone, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, first, I would just like to thank members of the public for wishing me and Council Member Penrose good health. Really appreciate that. And I am in full agreement with everything Council Member Penrose just said. I think one person said that at the June 26th meeting, I said, I don't care about setting a precedent. I don't recall saying that, although I will go back and listen and see if I actually did say. I believe what I said was, I'm not concerned about this project setting a precedent to allow for many, many other high-rise buildings being built, because this is a very specific project that for retired farm worker housing and being funded by Mercy Housing, a nonprofit developer. And as many of you know, we've had some very successful projects built by Mid-Penn, Mercy Housing in our community. And it takes a lot of resources for that's why we prefer working with nonprofit developers. The city is not expending money on this project. It's the nonprofit developer that is putting together packages of money from various sources to build this project. So it's not like you're going to have a bunch of private developers coming in who want to, sell their housing at market rates, jumping all over building something because of this project. So I strongly disagree with the assumption that this project will all of a sudden end up building tons more of these. We are also in the process. We will be in the process. We are the owner, and this is a lease. And we have a special ad hoc committee working on some of those lease agreements, where I think we can actually take care of many of the concerns about how many people will be living there and traffic, et cetera. So, and again, this is not referendable. And we have had many, many meetings, as some other speakers have said, involving our planning commission, a lot of outreach, and that's why on June 26th, we had a consensus among all our council members. It was a unanimous vote to approve this project and to help. I think it's a great project. It will preserve the dignity of those who have worked very hard all their lives in fields to actually have a dignified retirement. And I'm actually pretty sure that most of the folks living there will be coast-side farm workers. So, and again, we'll try and set those preferences for that if that's a concern. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. In deference to Councilmember Penrose, I will also be brief. I am a believer in the rule of law. It is clear to me that this petition is illegal. Maybe you disagree, but our council and clear reading of state law says to me, you cannot referend this kind of administrative decision. There are ways that opponents of the project could, in principle, object legally. They could sue the city. They could recall council members who approved the project unanimously. They could vote for other city council people in the upcoming election, but they can't submit a petition that's illegal, period. So that's all I have to say. And I'd like to take a 10-minute break to give Councilmember Penrose a chance to leave and get better.
One thing, so mine
Go
was a
ahead.
motion. So is there not a second for my motion to schedule? Yes, it was to direct staff to schedule another special meeting prior to the ballot deadline on Friday.
Do
to
we have a
discuss this.
second?
That's all I'm asking. Do I have a second?
Excuse me?
That's all I'm asking. Do I have a second
Okay.
to my motion?
I hear no second. The motion fails.
Are we in recess? Yeah, okay.
Welcome back to our special meeting. We will move on to resolutions and staff reports. We're going to go to 2B, second HCD draft housing element.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mike Noche, Housing Programs Manager for the city. This evening, I'm joined by Steve McHarris, our Interim Community Development Director, and we also have Asher Cohn from the M Group, who is one of our consultants that we work with to produce the housing element document. I understand there's a large amount of people here this evening, and I'll do my best to work through the presentation as quickly as possible. The housing element is required by state law, and HCD, who you'll hear me refer to, which stands for the California Department of Housing and Community Development, they have very strict requirements on what is included in a housing element. The housing element itself is roughly just over 400 pages, and it includes these sections. I know this is redundant information for the council, but just want to provide this information for the community at large. But again, I'll move through things as quickly as possible. So the housing element does need to follow all of the provisions of the coastal zone. The city of Half Moon Bay is entirely within the coastal zone. The city passed City Council adopted a local coastal land use plan in 2020. It was then certified by the Coastal Commission in 2021. The land use plan is the guiding document that how development occurs in the city of Half Moon Bay. So everything that's in the housing element does need to align with essentially what is in the land use plan. The land use plan did establish new town center boundaries, which focuses development in the downtown area, the north downtown, Heritage, and south. It also identified specific locations that upzone certain properties from R2 to R3. It also created the workforce housing overlay, which has enabled specific housing development on certain properties. It also cemented policy for affordable housing water connections. The production for the housing element is essentially divided into three categories. Pipeline projects are projects that are specifically have applied for development permits with the city. They're at different stages in the development pathway, but they are active projects that the city has received. Accessory dwelling units are ADUs, and the city can rely on an average of future development of ADUs. So we've roughly estimated, and I'll get to this in the presentation, but around 112 for this 8-year cycle. Housing opportunity sites I will speak to in more detail in the presentation. I know that is of interest this evening. Our regional housing needs allocation. So the city is required by state law to provide and develop a certain amount of housing units during a housing element cycle. The current cycle is 2023 to 2031. There is a regional approach, so all 9 Bay Area counties receive a total number of housing units that need to be produced. That number is roughly 37,000 for all 9 Bay Area counties. It's then divided by county and then by city, and Half Moon Bay is 480 units. That's our goal number issued by the state, essentially, that we need to produce over the next 8 years. The housing units themselves are weighted toward very low and low income units, as you'll see in the graph that's on the screen. The housing element outreach process started with the land use plan outreach. There was also additional housing discussions that took place both with City Council and Planning Commission, focus groups, stakeholder meetings, and as well as with service agencies that work here locally on the coast to gather information that helped inform staff and our consultants produce the housing element document. That all occurred over the last 4 years, essentially. HCD provided us a response to our first submitted draft, which occurred in May of 2023, well over a year ago. HCD had a 90-day review period to get back to any jurisdiction that submits their housing element. It is a 90-day review. They replied back to the city at the end of August of 2023. A revised draft is what is before the council. The first version of that draft was released in May of 2024. Staff made some revisions after in relation to current events related to Measure D, as well as the Planning Commission meeting, and the second draft is what is before council this evening. The longer timeline, I do want to speak to that. In between August of 2023 and May of 2024, there was analysis with HCD and follow-up, as well as preparations for revisions that we worked very closely with the state. Staff was also working on very critical affordable housing development projects in the community on a range of with different landowners and properties. Comments and revisions are provided in attachment 3, and all of this information is available on the city website. Again, I'm moving through things as quickly as possible here. So I'll summarize comments 5, 7, and 12. These are all related to essentially updates that HCD required us to make. Staff felt there's a total of 34 comments that HCD provided to city staff. These 3 we wanted to highlight for you this evening. We're happy to answer questions about any of the comments that have been received. I do want to point out comment 20, which is related to SB 35 streamlining. So originally SB 35, which is a state law that passed several years ago, was not effective in the coastal zone. The coastal zone was exempt. There was a new law that passed, and effective January 1st, 2025, which was SB 423, it makes SB 35 applicable in the coastal zone. So the city has released an RFP, request for proposals for analysis of this law and bringing the city into compliance with ministerial approval, which will include updating our objective design standards. Also, there was an analysis of the Measure D growth measure that HCD has provided feedback on. In the state, according to the state, according to state housing law, the city is violating state housing law with, in regards to ADU development. However, the city is looking at different pathways. I wanted to point this out in the beginning of the presentation. Staff does our best to navigate where state housing law says one thing and coastal zone law says another. And we have to find a way to move things forward to make those 2 items jive, so to speak. So that is an area where we are both in conversations with Coastal Commission staff as well as HCD in regards to Measure D and ADU development. There's also a provision for reuse sites in comment 30 that staff felt necessary to include. That will be related to the ministerial approval process from comment 20. There will be some overlap there. So staff is working on that as well. I know there's a lot of folks in attendance this evening, and staff wanted to acknowledge that attendance in relation to Opportunity Site 3 and provide some information and background. This opportunity sites in general identify potential options for future housing. It does not require a landowner to retain that, to develop in any such manner. The opportunity sites that are listed in the housing element are mostly centered around the town center. There are some outside of those boundaries, but many of them are within the town center. This site specifically, Opportunity Site 3, is one of the larger vacant sites in the town center, which is why it was looked at as a potential for housing as well as other forms of development. There is potential impacts if we remove it from the draft housing element, and we're happy to elaborate on what those impacts could be if removed. The church, again, does retain control over the land. And I had an extra bullet point here, but I don't think it carried over in my last update. But the Planning Commission, we did take this to the Planning Commission on July 23rd, and they did recommend to include this Opportunity Site 3 to include it and retain it in the housing element. As far as the environmental review, the city does have to abide by CEQA standards, California Environmental Quality Act. An initial study was performed. A mitigated negative declaration will be released, an MND, soon after for a 30-day public review. The importance is confirming the housing sites because those are directly related to the mitigated negative declaration. So staff, as soon as we have council's affirmation on forwarding the housing element to HCD, HCD will have a 60-day review period as far as next steps. And at that point, we would be releasing within that window the 30-day review for the MND. As I mentioned earlier, this update didn't happen, so I apologize for this slide. I made an update that didn't make it into the presentation in front of you this evening. It was on another copy, but Planning Commission did provide feedback on the 23rd of July. And again, that recommendation was to recommend that the City Council forward the second draft in its current form to HCD, including Opportunity Site 3. City Council will review, and there is a recommendation and before you tonight to direct staff to submit the housing element to HCD. Again, it's a 60-day review. I will also acknowledge that we are technically out of compliance in regards to the timeline of when housing elements were due to be certified. So that is a component that we've made council aware of, and we're happy to answer questions on that. In closing, I will say that even after we submit to HCD, staff welcomes questions as well as feedback from the community, and we have kept our website up to date on current events regarding the housing element, and will continue to do so. That can be found on the website here, hmbcity.com/housing element, and I'll return it to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Great work. Thank you. Council members, any clarifying questions? Clarifying questions? Yes?
Yeah. What happens if our housing element is not approved?
So there's changing state laws. There is the potential for the city missing out on grant funding. There could be citations that the city receive as far as fees or fines that would be charged on a monthly basis. I could be forgetting other items, and I'll direct it to the city attorney if there's things I'm missing, but that is a summary if that suffices, Vice Mayor.
I guess I would also just add, if the HCD does not certify the housing element, we would have another chance to resubmit. But yeah, I agree in terms of the opportunities for grant funding. Oftentimes, having a certified housing element is a condition of grant funding, so that's really important to emphasize. And then it would open the city up to litigation if we basically indicated that we were not going to be moving forward with seeking certification. There are opportunities to for the AG's office or private individuals to sue the city.
Does the builder's remedy somehow come into this discussion?
Yeah, so the builder's remedy it has come up a lot in discourse in California. For cities that do not have a certified housing element, it can be an opportunity for developers to get approvals readily, even on sites that are not necessarily zoned for those particular projects. I will say there is, because we are entirely within the coastal zone, there is, I think, a very good basis for not having the builder's remedy apply here, because projects that are development require a coastal development permit. And so the builder's remedy generally is for streamlined ministerial, non-discretionary type approvals. I think there are some cities in Southern California that are battling out this question right now, so we'll have to stay tuned. But yeah, we are special given that we are 100% in the coastal zone.
We certainly are special. Thank you, Catherine.
A quick question. A las personas que no hablan inglés, ¿todos tienen su audífono para la traducción? Personas que no hablan inglés, si no tienen su audífono, por favor, levanten la mano para la traducción. Victor, do we have any extra headphones?
Yes, Mayor. They're more than welcome to come over here. Para aquellas personas que necesitan un aparato de traducción, por favor, pásenle por aquí. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Victor. Do we have any more clarifying questions? Council members? Yes. Please.
In a couple of different places in the housing element, you refer to development by right. And one of the areas that I had questions about were navigation centers, emergency centers, shelters for the unsheltered population. Are those required to be by right, or is this something that staff is recommending?
I'd have to look, is that a specific program area that you're referring to? I can.
Yes, it mentions allowing them in the town center by right, but I was not certain whether that was required by law or whether that was something that staff was recommending.
Sure. I'm going to ask Asher from M Group, who's one of our consultants. Asher, do you mind chiming in on that response? I know you worked closely with staff on some of these program areas, and I'm happy to look into it further here at the desk, but if you have a quick response, that's appreciated. It should be Asher. Cohn is the last name, Kohn. Okay.
Hi, good evening. This is Asher. Can everyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Apologies for that. So yes, as Mike was saying, there is a requirement to allow these types of housing in the city and to be allowed by right. That is state law. The cities do have some flexibility about where to put them based on where the city thinks might be the best fit. And sorry, I'm having trouble finding exactly where to put it in the housing element so quickly, but I believe we think the town center is the best access to resources in terms of, healthcare, transit, items like that. So we were thinking that would probably be the best.
Are you saying that it's actually required by state law to allow them by right?
Yes. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Emergency shelters.
Yeah, I have a concern about that, only because we're a visitor-serving community, and our downtown is expected to not only be a place for housing, but a place for visitors to come, listen to music, eat out, that sort of thing. And I'm concerned that if we don't have discretion, we might impact, the business values of our downtown. So I know we need to accommodate both, but I'm concerned that we might not be able to have discretion over where they're located. We need to also protect, our thriving businesses in the downtown area. So that was a concern to me. And certainly the city's already been, I think, very good, better than most communities in locating a home key hotel and the Workforce Development Center. But I just want to make sure that the city retains some discretion on where we can put it, or whether somebody can just come in and say, you must put this here. So I want as much information about that as possible. And then I'd like to know what else we need to do by right. What are the other things that are required by law to allow, by right? Is there a quick and easy summary about that?
Asher, I can start. So the newest programs that we were required to include in the housing element are programs 110 and 111, I believe. Let me pull those up on my end. So 110 is sites that were used in previous cycles of the housing element. If they include 20% affordable units, there would be a by right ministerial review process. Asher, please fill me in if there's other program areas I'm forgetting. And then I know there's implications with SB 35 and AB 423.
Yes, thank you, Mike. I'm looking, sorry, I want to get, if I can go back to emergency shelters, it looks like they're allowed in the industrial zoning area, which is part of the town center, but it's not the entire town center area. Just want to clarify my answer there. Sorry for being a little bit late. And then in terms of other housing types, I believe there's group homes have to be allowed as a residential housing type in residential areas. And there's a lot of fine tuning there about whether it's a group home of up to 6 people or more than 6 people. And then there also has to be diverse housing types. We have it in program 1-7 in the housing element, which is on page H9. It talks about SROs, tiny houses, manufactured mobile homes. That's all things that the state requires to be allowed within. Sorry, those are not necessarily by right. I'm kind of confusing my answer here.
Yeah, I don't
They
think
have to be
those were
allowed within
required by right, yeah.
Mhm.
And then, so you said projects that have a minimum of 20% affordable are by right?
Only on sites 8, 9, 10, and 11 specifically. And that's related to, I believe, recent state law changes in the housing element.
So
we have a government code
because-
listed in that program area. Excuse me, sorry.
Defined in a blanket manner, that would mean anything that falls within our below market rate or inclusionary housing ordinance would be by right.
It would likely have to include 20%, 80, so 20% of the units would need to be at 80% or below on the area median income, so low and lower.
So
included in the development. So it could include it would be an inclusionary development, yes, is what's described. It could come in at,
But not in every location?
no, just on those specific sites.
Okay. That's helpful. So can you describe to me what is meant by reasonable accommodation when you're talking about missing middle housing? That was program 1-2. You talk about, mentions reasonable accommodation. I wasn't sure what that meant. Under missing middle program.
Asher, you're welcome to chime in there. I'm reading this section. But if you have an answer, please chime in.
Yeah, so reasonable accommodations, which in the way we describe is limited to exceptions for minor improvements for disabled access. These are basically somebody who needs an accommodation from what is in the zoning code or what's allowed traditionally by building permit in order to access their home. You can think of something like a ramp or an elevator, things like this. They can request the city provide a reasonable accommodation for their disability. And this is saying, we were wording it, saying that we're modifying the current provisions to promote this access in residential zoning districts.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. On page 6, it mentions requiring enclosed storage space attached or detached from a residence if there's no garage. I mean, why even require an enclosed storage space? If you're not requiring a garage, what's the point of requiring a storage space? Dumb question maybe, but.
I'm assuming this is related to ADU law that.
This is in the missing middle I think it's, well, it might be, page 6 of the PDF.
I can't speak
of the
to,
plan.
I'll let others chime in, but I know there's been many changes in regards to the development of accessory dwelling units as well as junior accessory dwelling units. There are an astonishing amount of descriptions that are now included in state law that allow the development of housing in spaces that typically you wouldn't think to develop as housing. So I'm happy to have others elaborate if it's
I
needed.
figured that was one of those things, so you confirmed
It sounds that way, yes.
And then you mentioned requiring a use permit for single-family development, I guess in the town center, as opposed to doing more dense development. And I'm just wondering, what does the requirement for a use permit do to a single family, someone who owns a single family, who owns a property and wants to build a single family home? I didn't quite understand the need to require a use permit. Is that to discourage low density there? That's still under program 1-2, I believe.
Yeah, please do.
Test? Okay, we got it. My light's not working. Yeah, the answer to that is that when we look at that, the use permit is for the zones that normally don't have the single-family homes, which is looks like multifamily, which are the R2, the R3, and the commercial, I think general, so commercial zones. That's what I'm seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
So use permit for where you don't normally see. So if it looks like it fits, because our neighborhoods, it allows some flexibility that maybe single-family homes might be okay, conditioned on potentially a planning commission seeing
Because
that.
we desire higher density, basically.
Well, if we're talking about single-family, and you're talking about it's lower density, well, maybe the character of that neighborhood, particular neighborhood, it would fit. So I think there's flexibility
see.
to allow
Okay.
that, yes.
Yeah. So I had some other questions. The by right one was the big one. I think those are all the technical questions I had. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm ready to hear from public.
Have any more questions? We ready to go? Due to the reason that we have a lot of cards, and we want to make sure that we hear from all of you, I want to make sure, that they have the time to, to speak. Usually, when we go over 10 cards, we go down to 2 minutes. We have close to 60 cards. So you have a minute. I want to give you time. The meeting started at 6. That doesn't mean the items comes in at 6. Thank you. Let's move on. I know some of you have to go home and cook some dinner for tomorrow's and also lunch. So let's go with Mary Botham.
Hello, council members. My name is Mary Botham. I have been a member of Our Lady of the Pillar Parish since 1979 and a local businesswoman for 38 years, now retired. I'm also a very strong advocate of senior co-siders, attend there quite often. And the reason I came to make my voice heard tonight is that I would like to see Our Lady of the Pillar land removed from the housing unit, the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of interesting things are going to be said, but if you can probably hold on to your applause, we really appreciate that. Thank you. Christopher Debchich. I'm sorry. Got close to it.
You did a pretty good job, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Christopher.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you for all your service throughout the years, council members. And thank you, fellow freedom members of religious liberties here. So I'm just supposed to say what Mary said. We ask you that you remove that property from the plan, so another vote in there. But I'm going to use my whole 60 seconds. You know, it seems like people think this land is not used over here. It's used a lot. You know, during COVID, we had mass out here in this strip every morning, thanks to Father Jose. And those crazy communist Chinese are probably coming up with another device to provide pain for us right now, so we're going to have mass out there again. And, you know, that building right over there, that we call that the new hall, we have the school in there right now. I heard the city is trying to prevent us from having a school in that new hall. And then they want to take away the land where we're going to build a school. So we can't teach the kids in that school, and we can't have the land over there to teach them. It sounds like you don't want us to educate our Catholic kids. Religious freedom. A bunch of guys got on a boat in the 17th century, came to this country for religious freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate the enthusiasm. You know, but I have to ask again. I don't want to cut the meeting short. Please hold on to your applause. Very simple. Adults in here, follow directions. If you're educated, follow directions. Thank you. Tom Clarkin. Sure thing. Thank you.
My name is Tom Clarkin. I'm a parishioner for Our Lady of the Pillar Church. I'm requesting that our church property be removed from the housing element plan. Past 22 years, I've been a volunteer at the church ministering to the needy of the community. Each week, we assist 200 households with needs that vary from food, rental assistance, PG&E assistance, and homeless care needs. We provide diapers and baby food for the families, organize Christmas gift programmings, and offer educational scholarships. The church serves our local community through food pantry located on the church grounds, as well as through home visits. We are providing a service that's valuable to everyone and available to everyone in the community. Our Lady of the Pillar Church has great compassion for the poor in our community. Since the beginning of the parish, we have been dedicated to being of service to all those in need without cost to the community, and we will continue to be committed to their care. We are not all opposed to low-income housing. What we do oppose is the attempt to take private church property where there are many other land options available in Half Moon Bay to build low-income housing. Please remove the church property from the housing element plan.
Thank you. I'm still having a few that don't know how to follow directions. Raise your hands. That's an idea. You know, put your hands up. I'll see who you are. You know, that means you agree and you appreciate the comment. You know, by let's teach our youngsters how to follow directions. Okay, I'm going to have Nancy Clarkin followed by Armando Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Clarkin. I'm a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar Church. I'm requesting that our church property be removed from the City of Half Moon Bay's housing element plan. Our Lady of the Pillar Church is a place of nourishment for the soul, the body, and the mind. Our activities are centered on growing in faith, assisting the poor, and educating young minds. We are a community focused on love of God and compassion for our neighbors in need. These expressions of our religion are of great benefit to everyone. They should be celebrated and encouraged to grow and flourish. It is an infringement on our religious liberty to take the church's land against our will. It is not for the state or this city council to decide whether or not our religious or spiritual priorities are worthwhile. We have the right to develop the land as we see fit. We are protected by the United States Constitution and over 200 years of legal precedents. We will defend our rights to freedom of religious expression.
We're getting there, but not quite. You know, we still have to do a little bit more practice. There you go, you got it over there. I like that, thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Armando Garcia. I'm a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar Church. I have some questions, and hopefully you can answer them quickly. What is the criteria for putting the Our Lady on this opportunity site list? What was the criteria followed? Any criteria? Anyone?
Just to clarify, this isn't an opportunity for question and answer, but the council can direct staff to answer questions that come up during public comment.
Okay. So anyway, I looked at the 3 bullet points you have on page 6 of 11. They seem to be pretty vague and they contradict. Your 3rd bullet point is very poor. You have public transportation, so if you look at other areas, there is public transportation available for people. So I strongly recommend and request that opportunity site number 3, Our Lady of the Pillar Church, be removed, withdrawn from the list. This is sacred ground. Thank you.
Could staff respond to that question about what it takes to get on the opportunity site list?
Sure, happy to. So there's various forms of in-depth analysis that staff provides in regards to what is potentially developable. Many cities do not have as many vacant sites as Half Moon Bay does. So a vacant site is seen as very developable, especially if there aren't environmental constraints on that site. That also bodes well for a development. I believe, I can't speak to it at the time, many of this work started prior to me being an employee for the city of Half Moon Bay. However, I know there was discussions early on in the forming of the sites analysis that took place that I can't speak to. But as far as just surface level, proximity to resources, as the speaker mentioned, that is something that there's an entire chapter affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is a state requirement. That entire chapter is dedicated solely to essentially identifying sites that are close proximity to schools, grocery stores, bus stops, shopping, many just community resources that may not be found on the outskirts of many communities at a surface level. I'm happy to elaborate further.
Armando, can I ask you a personal question?
If I can ask you one too.
Let's do, well, if you're not up for it, then you know, forget it then.
No, you could ask, go ahead.
What is your annual income?
No.
You don't have to answer it.
No. I can tell you.
You don't have to answer it. Just say no. Just don't answer it.
I don't, I.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, Joaquin, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, please.
This is Robert. I'm really confused here. So, an opportunity site means a site that might be feasible, you know, an empty tract of land located somewhere in the city. An opportunity site doesn't mean it allows the city to inquire if the owner of a site might be interested in some kind of development. My understanding is that's the limit of the opportunity. It doesn't allow the city to seize any land. I'm hearing all these constitutional arguments that it allows the city to come in and take church land. And that's what I'm really confused about. My only understanding of city staff interaction with the church was whether or not they might be interested in leasing some of the parking spaces to accommodate parking. Can staff please tell me if I'm wrong about my understanding about whether the city has been, that being on this opportunity site in any way entitles the city to seize land from the church or even involve itself in any discussions around housing or anything else without the church's permission, full permission, cooperation. Can that be clarified for me? Because I just feel there might be a lot of misinformation or misunderstanding.
If I may, through the mayor.
Yes, Mike, please go ahead.
Happy to answer that. So in the staff report, I've identified this, and this is true for any landowner, that the city has no control on how you develop that property. The church, in this case, on this opportunity site, retains full control of how the site is developed. If a school is to be developed there, the city would support that process. It is part of the housing element's duty, or requirements, I should say, to identify sites that are within the housing element that could be suitable, at least in the opportunity site section, that could be suitable for housing development. As such, and within the heritage downtown, this site rises to that level. Again, we can provide additional detail on regards to how this site originated in that location, or the site was included. But to answer Councilmember Brownstone's question, the church retains control of the land and what they choose to do with it, as long as it meets the provisions of the land use plan and zoning codes.
Thank you, Mike. Robert, was that
Yeah, I hope that answers the concerns of people in the audience. I'd be pretty darn concerned too if I thought the city was going in and insisting on taking over land of, any landowner, but certainly including the church. So I didn't think that was the case. So I'm not sure how that kind of misunderstanding or misinformation has developed.
okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Father Jose Corral, followed by Genevieve.
Dear council members, my name is Father Jose Corral, and I am an employee of the Archdiocese of San Francisco, assigned to Our Lady of the Pillar Church as the pastor. I would like to address the portion of the housing element report that describes the church property referred to as Site 3. Under the heading Owner Development Interest, paragraph 2 states, City-State has met with the owner of the property the San Francisco Archdiocese, who indicated interest in the future affordable residential development on this property. Who at the city held this meeting, and with whom did this meeting take place? We have spoken with the Archdiocese Legal Department and the Archdiocese Real Estate Support Corporation, the fee owner of the property, whose letter was read into the record earlier. None were...
Father Jose, can you please conclude your statement?
None were party to such a meeting. In any case, this statement is about a misinterpretation of the property owner's intentions and must be eliminated 1 or 2 or 3 seconds. I have submitted 2 letters to the city indicating that our intentions for that land is for Catholic education, not housing. The fee owner of the property has submitted a letter indicating the same. I am here in your presence to urge you to remove our church property from the housing element report before approved it. Please be...
Father, can you please conclude your statement?
Okay. Please be advised that Father Jose Corral, the pastor of Our Lady of the Pillar, has my full support for this parish project that will develop parish property for use by Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. Sincerely yours, Most Reverend Salvatore J. Cordileone, Archbishop of San Francisco.
Good evening. Lower this. Good evening. My name is Genevieve, and I am speaking as a parent of 2 children who attend Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. Can you hear me now? Perfect. So I'm going to take a different tone. I just want to speak as a parent of 2 children who attend Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. This is a site that we're talking about tonight, is the home for my kids' future school. This includes a school, a planned preschool, age-appropriate playgrounds, and the requisite facilities to support their education. The school has doubled in size in just 1 short year. There's only 1 location for this academy, and that's on the church grounds next to the church, so they can practice their faith aligned to our family's wishes. There are alternative opportunity sites for the housing development that with less restrictions that would not impact this educational opportunity. And I really feel that we can have both the educational diversity on the coast as well as housing options that are appropriate. I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Spencer S., followed by Adeline S.
My name is Spencer, and I am a 4th grade student at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. Please don't take away the land for our school, because I have learned more in this school than I have ever learned in all of my life. I'm going to tell you some of the reasons I love this school. I like this school because we get to go to special places like the San Francisco Ballet and to Angel Island, and we get to learn all the states and capitals. We get to read parts of the Odyssey and learn about how Odysseus had to spend a decade at sea. And we also learned all the multiplication tables. I enjoyed reading the Constitution, and I got to recite Winston Churchill's speech, Their Finest Hour, from memory at graduation. The people at Our Lady of the Pillar are really nice, and I think every morning we get to go to church and say hello to God and to thank Him and for blessing us with this world and this school. I love this school, so please don't take its land. My name is Adeline Chow, and I am a student at Our Lady of Pillar Academy. This school is very fun, and I have lots of friends there. Please don't take away the land of our school. We do not want our school gone. Children need the school.
Thank you, thank you. We have Ann Martin, followed by Constance Massetti.
Good evening. My husband and I have been members of Our Lady of the Pillar Parish for 12 years, and we're delighted to hear about the foundation of Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. As a Catholic school focused on providing a classical education, the Academy is the only school on the coast that gives parents a faith-based educational option for their children. I'm very disturbed to learn that the city is including the church's parcel that has been zoned for a school on its affordable housing element, despite numerous requests by both the parish and archdiocese to remove this parcel from their plan. There are numerous parcels within the city limits that can be designated for affordable housing, but there's only one parcel that can hold the academy, this school, where this school can be built. I'm requesting that City Council remove this parcel from the housing plan before final approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Constance Mazzetti, a resident of Half Moon Bay for over 30 years and a parishioner of Our Lady of the Pillar Catholic Church. I'm here asking you to please remove Our Lady of the Pillar Church from your housing element plan. That land has been reserved and approved by the Archdiocese for Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. There has been tremendous effort and years to place the physical school pre-K through 8th grade on that land. And this land is the only viable option for our school. It's adjacent to the church where the children can easily attend daily mass. Whereas there are other options available for the housing units. It's not a matter of either or. We can have both. It's up to you as our elected representatives to make this happen. This state, county, and city should not have the right to take our land and force the parish to give it up for any reason. Our Constitution states that we have the right to our religious freedom. This is a total act of infringement upon our religious liberties. As a parishioner, I've noticed the benefits this school has already made on our parish. The Catholic community here is growing tremendously. In such a short time, this school has actually doubled in attendance for the upcoming school year. Just imagine how much it'll grow in 2, 5, or even 10 years. It's such a blessing. There are so many other sites available in Half Moon Bay that can be used for the purpose of affordable housing. I feel that church property should not be one of them. We truly understand the tremendous pressure you're under from the state to add more housing on the coast side. However, when these lab grabs and infringements are upon our liberties going to end, we have elected you as our representatives to keep the historic preservation and safety of our coastside community. Now is the time to stand up for democracy and fight for the bureaucrats
Please conclude your statement.
who are infringing upon our God-given rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Batam, followed by Berta Ascension.
My name is Martin Botham. Thanks for having us all here so that you could hear our opinion on this housing element. There is not anyone here that doesn't want affordable housing. I'm pretty sure about that. And based on the discussion you had just a few minutes ago, it sounds like it's in your power to remove this element from the housing idea. Why aren't we all discussing this? Just the owners of the property don't want to sell it. We don't want to lease it. We don't want parking to go on it. right before you is the fruits of at least 30 years of planning to put a school where we, the parents, can choose an honorable, loving, caring environment for education, align ourselves with teachers of like mind, and that's the fruits of it so far. The property needs to stay within the church. Please remove it. Thank you.
Thank you. Berta Ascensión. Carlos Rivera.
Hi, my name is Berta Ascensión. Is that better? I would like to also have this request removed from your building of the affordable housing. You could always build up in the homeless hotel. There's plenty of sky space, so you guys could build as much as you want there. There's no need to go ahead and take our God's land that people that go to church have provided many donations to keep that there. There's no reason to take it away from us. We need that for future people who would like to study the Catholic religion and have like-mindedness. Thank you.
Thank you. ¿Necesita traductor o está?
Sí, ya hablé con Víctor.
Ok, viene. Muy bien, gracias.
Gracias. Buenas noches, honorable concilio. Ya llega.
Okay. ¿Lo tienes escrito?
No.
No. Ok, entonces vamos a hacerlo entre sus pedacitos para que todos puedan escuchar bien, ¿sí?
Sí.
Adelante, por favor.
Buenas noches, honorable concilio de Half Moon Bay.
Good evening, honorable council members of Half Moon Bay.
Solamente para recordarles, porque ya lo dijeron,
I just want to remind you, because it's already been said,
el terreno, el que ustedes están planeando construir,
this
vivienda,
property where you're all planning on constructing
la
some.
comunidad parroquial de Half Moon Bay está planeando para una escuela
So the
desde hace
church,
mucho.
so the members of the church here are been planning for a school for many years already.
Y recordarles, ¿verdad? También que hay muchísimos lugares
I want to remind you that there's many other places
donde pueden hacer viviendas más fácil, la cantidad que estaban ustedes
so
planeando.
where you can actually build housing according to all of these quantities that you were just mentioning.
Sí, y recordarles pues que la Constitución nos respalda
And to remind you that the Constitution backs us
a
up.
los propietarios de terrenos o
Property
casas,
owners or house owners,
que nadie puede decidir por ellos.
that nobody else can decide on their behalf.
Y recordarles que están limitando, ¿verdad?, la enseñanza y la práctica religiosa.
Also to remind you that you may be limiting the study and the teaching,
A lo cual
religious
tenemos,
teaching,
a la cual tenemos derecho todos los ciudadanos.
that we have right to, all of us, citizenship.
Muchas gracias por
Thank
la
you very
oportunidad.
much for the opportunity.
Gracias. So we have Gabriel Kulda, Carolyn Valoria, Mark Andreini, and Consuelo Gomez. Please be ready.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Kulda. I'm reading a letter for Terry Giorgetti. I'm writing to indicate support in removing Opportunity Site 3, Our Lady of the Pillar Church, from the list of potential low-income housing sites. My name is Terry Giorgetti, married to Rick Giorgetti, and have been living in downtown Half Moon Bay since 2017. We are fortunate to be on Myrtle Street, on the same property that my husband's grandparents farmed in the early 1920s. As an active member of Our Lady of the Pillar Parish, my husband and I are fully in support of our new Catholic school, soon to expand to permanent buildings that not only include classrooms, but additional school facilities. We highly value a Catholic education, having attended Dominican and Jesuit high schools in San Francisco, as well as both of us being an alumni from Santa Clara University. Yes, affordable housing for low-income individuals / family members is very necessary, but our parish property already has its vision. Thanks for considering our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Andreini, please be prepared. Go ahead, it's your turn. Yes.
My name is Carolyn Valoria, and I request that you remove a church property from a housing element plan. As stated previously, Our Lady of the Pillar Church uses the property for a variety of activities. I am a member of the parish, and I am a citizen of Half Moon Bay.
Thank you. Consuelo Gomez and Jesus Gomez be ready to go after.
Thank you for hearing us. My name is Mark Andrini. I'm a San Mateo native. My grandfather came here in 1930. I moved to the coast in 1987 and have been a parishioner here since then. And we've been wanting to have a school here, and I've been, with my wife, an active supporter of the school financially. And so I just ask that you remove the element number 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Consuelo, followed by Jesus Gomez.
Buenas noches a todos, integrantes del Condado de San Mateo. Solamente me dirijo brevemente a ustedes para que por favor quiten de sus planes la construcción de viviendas del terreno de la iglesia. Ese terreno es propiedad privada y no pueden disponer de ella. Gracias, buenas noches.
Gracias.
So good evening to all members of San Mateo County. I want to let you know that I want you to remove from your plans in order to construct on that piece of property where the church is located this project for housing. Thank you very much.
Jesus Gomez, followed by Tim Lyons and Dave Manor.
Buenas noches.
Víctor.
Por favor,
Permítame, Jesús, permítame.
por favor, eliminen la propiedad de nuestra iglesia de su plan de elemento de vivienda. Gracias. Gracias.
Please remove this. Por favor, remueven qué.
Por favor, eliminen la propiedad de nuestra iglesia de su plan de elemento de vivienda.
So please remove the property here in the church from your housing element.
Gracias. We have Tim Lyons, Dave Manor, followed by Steve Wilson.
Muchísimas gracias, especialmente a todos los de nuestra parroquia que de idioma español. La verdad es que una tercera parte de nuestro colegio viene de la misma comunidad que cualifican por affordable housing. I said that I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, especially those who speak Spanish. A third of our school students come from families that we support. We pay their tuition. I want to challenge quickly 3 notions I keep hearing this week. Number 1, that the Catholic Church does not do enough for the poor. My whole life has been in Catholic education. We do so much for the poor. We do it very well. We don't do it because any other reason than we simply love this town. Our school is going to be a cross-section of this town. We have families that come from wealthy backgrounds. We have families that come from migrant backgrounds. We're here for this parish. We're here for this entire town. And our school is going to be phenomenal. The other one is that we don't need private schools. Families have a right to have options. And the third is that private schools are elitist. I know the board of our school. I know the founders of our school. It's just pure generosity. They don't have to be starting a school, but they do it because they care. They care about this parish. They care about this town. And give us about 3 or 4 or 10 years, and you will see that our school will be amazing, and it will be a gift to everyone in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Manor, Steve Wilson, followed by Mary Bordi.
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the City Council and members of the audience. My name is Dave Menor. I am a proud parishioner of OLP, and I'm against the addition of the OLP for housing. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Steve Wilson, Mary Bordy, and Paul Kulda.
Council members and Ms. Engberg, does this city never learn? If you make a move on this land, federal law is going to apply. The Religious Liberties and Institutionalized Persons Act, or RLUIPA. The Justice Department takes an active role and a direct role in enforcement of this law. The law prohibits zoning enactments that substantially burden the religious exercises of churches or other religious assemblies or institutions unless it's the least restrictive means of furthering a compelling governmental interest. A religious school is a religious exercise. You have multiple, less restrictive means of attaining housing. When you make a religious school impossible because you take the land either directly or indirectly for housing and other sites are available, you discriminate. We don't see an exception here, by the way, for condemnation. The city has made its intentions clear earlier, and there are offline comments that have been made by city officials that have been memorialized. You're in this up to your hips right now. The housing element in its current form is inaccurate. It's incomplete. Frankly, Podesta's site was inadequately examined, and it risks flying in the face of federal law. Omit the church site from the housing element. It isn't your opportunity at all.
Mary, followed by Paul Kulda, and Juliet Kulda after Paul. Thank you.
My name is Mary Bordy. I am a parishioner of Our Lady of the Pillar Parish. My immigrant grandparents, great-grandparents, were married at Our Lady of the Pillar Church in 1888. I ask you to remove the church property from the housing element plan. I was on the parish council approximately 15 years ago. At that time, we were seriously discussing starting a school. A handout was circulated with a preliminary drawing of the proposed building. I mention this so that you understand that planning for a school goes back many years. Now that we finally do have a school, it is temporarily using the church hall. With the enrollment doubling soon, there will be need for a dedicated school building. As a parishioner, I am not in favor of housing or other unspecified services on the church property. Half Moon Bay is still a small city in a rural area. The fact that the church is located on Church Street tells us something about the early years of Spanish Town and its development. I do not want to see unspecified mixed uses on this land other than the church, its outbuildings, those used by its organizations, and the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, Juliet, and Nancy Fontana.
Good evening, council members. My name is Paul Kulda, and I'm here today to oppose including land owned by Our Lady of the Pillar Catholic Church in the city's draft housing element. Though I recognize the council has an obligation to meet state housing requirements, surely the city can zone for increased density and land currently allotted to single-family housing or in mixed-use plots in the Main Street corridor. I'd also like to point out that continued attempts to use the church's land for purposes it clearly does not approve of will only delay progress towards building much-needed affordable housing in Half Moon Bay. Please remove the land owned from Our Lady of the Pillar from the Opportunity Zone list in the city's housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliet, Nancy, followed by Derek Kulda.
Good evening. Since my time is cut in a third, I'm going to get right to it. Juliet Kulda. 3 years ago, if anybody was wondering how long this has been going on, 3 years ago, we were pressured at Our Lady of the Pillar to put homeless tents on this lot just 20 feet away from children in the evening going to confirmation classes. We were told it was going to be not a dry encampment, and they would bring a little sheriff's tent. That happened 3 years ago. We sent a letter. We said no. Then we're pressured a year and a half ago to put in Mercy Housing and trailers. We said no. This has been going on a long time. And then shortly after, a year and a half ago, April 2023, just after the shooting, first there's a candlelight vigil where we're publicly, member from our city council stands up and offends people from Our Lady of the Pillar, saying how this should go to housing. Where's the church? Why are they not building you housing? I quote social media quotes, things like, the people in the Catholic Church want to control us. They've been playing with us. We've been talking about low-income housing in the community, and the Catholic Church is against us giving their land. They will run us. It goes on and on and on. The bullying has to stop. And then what we have today, we are now there's overreach by the city. We have 12 students in a building that holds 396 people in a parish hall, 6 classrooms. We have been told officially in a letter dated January 31st.
Please conclude your statement.
Yes, I will. That in this building, that the classroom, we are going to change a density and intensity of use when we hit in a building that holds 400, not 300 students, not 200 students, not 100 students, but 14 students will change density in the church hall that we are now running our school in. Does that make sense when what's going on all around us and you're proposing 70
Please conclude your
units?
statement.
It goes on and on. The bullying's got to stop. I would like to ask you guys, please join us in championing goodness, truth, beauty, and joy in this community. There's spiritual needs. Please, please join with us to help this community be strong together and respect zoning. It's there
Please
for a
conclude
reason.
your statement.
You guys know the zoning's there for a reason, of all people. Thank you.
Still, thank you. Nancy Fontana, Derek Kulda, followed by Margaret Mattel.
Nancy Fontana, I'm here to express my support of the church's position that its property be excluded from the opportunity site list. The church has historically opened its arms to the Hispanic community long before public awareness had grown and before inclusion became politically correct or mandated. I was disturbed. I didn't want to bring this up, but I can't help myself. I was disturbed by the mayor's antagonistic questioning of a young man who merely read a letter from a representative of the Archdiocese of San Francisco in a recent public hearing. This was disheartening to witness, but it exposed a disturbing undercurrent of animosity towards the church. Others noticed this and were disturbed as well. Given this, placing the church's property on the opportunity site list would unfortunately place the church under a strong veil of threat. Therefore, I feel the mayor should recuse himself from all matters related to the church. I'm concerned that oh gosh, I'm so nervous. I'm concerned.
Please take your time.
I'm concerned his animosity towards the church could be a liability to the city and could result in unnecessary litigation against the city. Given the current deficit, I can't imagine that the city would want to take on the Archdiocese of San Francisco and the state of California and their laws. And tonight's meeting, your question to that man, I've never seen a mayor act like that at a public meeting. I've taken minutes at meetings. I've been to meetings that lasted 5 hours and were continued to another night so the public could speak. Shame on Half Moon Bay.
Thank you. It seems like we haven't learned yet. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Derek Kulda, and I can sympathize with the pressure and the tremendous amount of work that everyone has been involved in creating this housing element. But the church has made it very, very clear over the years our intentions for the land. The Archdiocese is in full support of the parish. I have here 650 signatures from the community supporting the pastor's wish to be removed from the housing element. And I got the letter from the Archbishop today showing his full support. Also today, I submitted plans to the City Planning Department for building construction of a brand new state-of-the-art Catholic classical pre-K school and for the benefit of our children. And it is clearly the wish of our cherished 150-year-old Half Moon Bay Parish your neighbor and constituents to be left out of the housing element. And if you were to keep the church property against the diocese, pastor, and congregation's wishes, it would not only be deceptive to the state, it is disconcerting to us, your neighbors. We implore you to remove it. Thank you. And can I ask one question?
No questions right now. Thank you. Margaret, followed by Virginia Subnet, I believe it is, and Sam R. Lippert.
My name is Maggie Mattel, and I'm a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar Parish and founding board member of Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. I request that the Our Lady of the Pillar land be immediately removed from consideration as an option for affordable housing. My husband and I are thrilled about the founding of Our Lady of the Pillar Academy, and it is one of the reasons that we plan to stay here in Half Moon Bay. Over there is my daughter, MJ, who will be entering the school fall of 2028. And we have another baby on the way who will be joining the school in the future as well. While our growing school currently runs out of the church hall, it will absolutely need a permanent site for development and operation, and that site is rightfully the Our Lady of the Pillar Church grounds. Respectfully, please remove the Our Lady of the Pillar Church land from consideration as an option for affordable housing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Virginia?
Good evening. My name is Virginia Subnet, and I would like to please ask you to please remove our church property from the housing element plan. As just a background, my family immigrated here in 1968, and my parents both farmed at the Brussels sprouts and worked for the Juicy's and Bartolucci's. They were kind enough to give us some housing, but we really lived in poverty, so I can understand why it's important to build affordable housing. And if you want to ask me someday how it was actually very hard for us, but we actually ended up purchasing our own home after 3 to 4 years. So yes, it's hard, and I'm for helping others, but we also have to consider in today's world when there's less of God, and our school system is failing. Majority of the even high schoolers who are graduating with 1.4 or 1.5 for children who can actually read the Constitution at this age and pray. I think that's just as important as well, and I really wish or hope and pray that you guys take us off of the your element plan.
Thank you. Sam Lippert, followed by Marlene Gomez, and then Gerald Dubs, I believe it is.
Good evening. My name is Sam Lippert, and I live at 604 Poplar Street. It is number 9 on your housing list of available options, and I respectfully ask that you remove my property from that. I have my home there. My family lives there. We have lived there since we purchased that home in 1991. It's not an optional site. It is my home. And I respectfully ask that you leave my home alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Marlene, followed by Gerald, then Betty Holmes, I think it is. Marlene Gomez. Marlene. ¿Vas a hablar, Marlene? Sí. Okay.
My name is Marlene Gomez. I just would like to say that please remove the project of rebuilding. We would like it to be a school for the kids. I think they deserve the education they need. So please remove the project. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Marlene. Gerald, then Betty Hollins, I believe it is, followed by Helen Regis.
Praise the Lord, for his mercies endures forever. Praise the Lord, for his mercies endures forever. Take the time and go read 2 Chronicles chapter 20. you'll find out why. My family has chosen to leave your poisonous public indoctrination centers, the so-called public school system, to start our own school outside of an evil agenda that's been thrusted upon our children. And now you want to unjustifiably put limitations on our school's future site? Well, guess what? That's flat out evil. Well, I'm saying no. You have officially declared war by simply proposing these type of ideas. No, not a physical war, but clearly a spiritual war. Simply put, good versus evil, God versus the devil. For too long, we as the church body have stood by and let evil take over our republic, our state, our county, and now even our small town. Well, we, the people, say no. No to this proposal, and others like it. You have declared war against us, and you need to know, when you declare
Please conclude your
war
statement.
on church, we are going to worship and resist, meaning we are going to worship the Most High God and resist the devil. Yes, we are going to resist like never before. When we war as a church, the wicked are restrained.
Conclude your statement, please.
The enemy will be held back, just like the Pharaoh's armies of the book of Exodus. The Lord has heard not only my prayers, but the prayers of our unified church body. We are going to move forward in this battle. God will always make a way. He always does. I'm drawing the line.
Please conclude your
We
statement.
have been
Have a
pushed too
seat.
far. We no longer are going to be deceived, distracted, and destroyed. God will deliver us.
Betty, followed by Helen.
Boy, that's a tough act to follow, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm just here to say, as a member of Our Lady of the Pillar Church, a lot of the farm workers and the retired farm workers that you're talking about building housing for, their children go to our church. Their children would like to go to our school. They can't go to the school now because there's no room for them. So if your concern is really about these people that need housing, consider the farm workers that have been here for years and years and years, and they've never had a Catholic school. I don't know if many of you know where the public school, Cabrillo Unified School District, stands as far as ratings in California. It's in the cellar. So if you want your children to get a good education and a Catholic education and a discipline, someplace where they have values and someplace that has classic teachers that care about discipline and care about family life, I think you should leave our land alone, let us build our school, and let the farm workers send their children there, because they can go there for free. I don't know if you know how the Catholic Church works, but if they can't afford to send their kids there and pay the tuition, we pay it for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen, followed by Teresita, Viloria, and then Kai Islander, I believe it is. Be ready, please.
Thank you for hearing us tonight. My name is Helen Berger. I just moved here from Texas. I'm going to be the new teacher at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. It's kind of a shame that I just got here. I haven't started the job yet. I haven't even met all my students yet, and I'm already having to fight for the school that's been planned and hoped for the last 30 years. There's a lot of good support and good heart behind the school. I ask that you remove our church property from your housing element plan. I've been a teacher for 7 years, and between my previous and current teaching salaries full-time, I qualify for government assistance programs here. And at my level of income as a Catholic school teacher, I empathize with those trying to find affordable housing in the area. I was able to find a suitable place, but with some difficulty, and perhaps I wouldn't have to go through such financial stress with had I decided to teach at a public school instead. But I moved all the way over here so that I could have the opportunity to work at this incredible school with the land that is ours. And I believe in the mission, and I think the rich education for this growing number of students, is unjust that they wouldn't have their land. So That is all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Teresita Viloria, followed by Kai Islander, then Bill Sofsky.
Good evening, Mayor, and all the council members and everyone in the audience. My name is Teresita Valoria, and I'm a retired teacher from this school district. I taught 2 years at Cunha and 30 years at Hatch Elementary, and one of my students was the mayor's younger sister.
Yes, and she's doing great.
Yes,
She's
I
a
know.
parent, 3 kids. Good job.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, she told me she wanted to become a lawyer, but she's now with the.
She's a probation officer with San Mateo County Juvenile Probation.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm here for this reason. That's the reason why a lot of Hispanics families and English-speaking families also know me. I have lived here in Half Moon Bay for almost 50 years, and I've seen the city grow. And I'm a devoted parishioner of Our Lady of the Pillar Church for that length of time too. So I'm here in front of you this evening to talk to you about a couple of things. One, please remove our church property from your housing element plan. My question is, I'm sorry, I don't want to offend you, but I'm going to say this. Why are you doing this to our church? To me, as a righteous, faithful Catholic Christian, that is robbery. And you claim yourselves as heads of our city government. Robbing the church of its property is unlawful, right? That land property is property of the church and is intended for the location of a Catholic school that has been founded this past year. And if you take it from the church, you're robbing the opportunity from the students to have an excellent Christian Catholic education. Second, I strongly oppose, I'm sorry, but I didn't come up earlier. I strongly oppose the building of a 5-story building at 555 Kelly Avenue. When you thought about this and you
Ms. Viloria, I'm sorry, you have to conclude your statement.
Did you even consider that there's a school across the street? What happens when you start your project? Trucks with materials, vehicles with different materials, and employees coming in.
Ms. Viloria, I'm sorry, you have to conclude your statement.
It will disturb all the students and distract their attention. So, did you even know that some of the students haven't gotten up to the level of education that they should be at this point? So, you are causing another trouble to them and also to the teachers. I know because I was a teacher for 32 years. So anyway, please consider these things. You are destroying the landscape of our little town. This is not a metropolitan city, so think about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Kai, followed by Bill, and then Kimberly Wen.
I'm just making sure I'm the right distance away here. Thanks for having me. Oh, yeah, sure.
There you go. You got it.
All right, my name's Kai. I'm from here. I got baptized in that parish. I got confirmed in that parish, and I took First Communion in that parish. I go there every Sunday, and this Saturday I just got married to Mrs. Islander right there. And
congrats.
You in particular, Joaquin, you know my history with the public schooling system here. It sucks. And I'd like to send my kids, God willing, there someday to a school right there. So please remove the land from the housing element. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
My name is Bill Softke. During the memorial for the farm workers a year or so ago, my wife and I were singing in the choir. A few nights before, we were singing at the prayer vigil. A day or so before, we were singing at the greenhouses. We care about farm workers. We care about this amazing historic community built 170 years ago around a church where the rose window from the 1850s is just a block and a half from here. We care about trust in the community. And what disappoints me is the process here is so untrusting. Trust comes from listening to what people object to, recognizing the texture of their physical reality, looking them in the eye, not offering legalisms that the state has put you under the gun and you've got a week to make your numbers. That's not a reason to take away something which the church saw 150 years ago and has been building around for generations. You guys can do better than that.
Thank you. Kimberly, followed by Nicolas Guerrero, I believe it is.
Guerrero.
Or Joseph Kulda after Nicolas.
Testing, can you guys hear me? Oh, I hear myself. Good evening, Council. My name is Kimberly Nguyen, first-generation American-born from Hispanic and Asian descent, raised in the Bay Area, and currently live here in Half Moon Bay for a handful of years. During my time in this beautiful town, Our Lady of Pillar Parish has been my home away from home, and became my family away from my family. There are future plans to build a school on the available church property in which I hope to enroll my own children in the future. With that, I kindly ask you to remove the church property from your housing development plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Guerrero, and I moved here in 2020 and became a member of Our Lady of the Pillar Church. Plan to get married there in October, and I pray one day that I have children that are able to attend the school. So please remove our church property from your housing development. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Followed by Mauri Shoemaker.
Hi, my name is Joe Kolda. I grew up in Half Moon Bay and am a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar Church. I do not want our city designating our land for housing, even though housing is still an important issue. Our church intends to use our land for Catholic education. That is important because education has a significant impact on the formation of the next generation, which affects the culture of Half Moon Bay down the road. Also, considering that education plays a key role in developing the mental and spiritual health of the individual, I believe it is imperative that parents have access to more options with regards to where their kids will be spending a lot of their time during their formative years. Please remove our church land from the housing element before approving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mauri, followed by Stephanie Armstrong and Jeremiah Armstrong. Maud.
Hello, I'm Maud Shoemaker. I'm a registered nurse, and I live in Half Moon Bay with my family. I'm the grandmother of 4 children, 2 who are currently enrolled in Our Lady of the Pillar Academy, and 2 future students that are planning to go there. I oppose the building project on the land owned by the school and the church. This will affect the future of the school. If it goes through according to the plan, there'll be no place for them to have any outside recess except a busy parking lot. As you can see, that would be a safety issue. I also wanted to add that the Armstrongs have been in Half Moon Bay when Thomas John Armstrong was born in a house in Half Moon Bay, May 12th, 1892, and the Armstrongs are still here. Thank you.
Stephanie, followed by Jeremiah and David Kulda.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Armstrong.
I am the proud mother of 2 enrollees at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. This school is the result of years and years of answered prayer for a faith-based school on the coast side. We enrolled our children and support the vision for the future of this school that includes the building of a new building for the students. I'm here to express my respectful opposition that the church's land was included as an opportunity site for the housing project. Yes, the land is undeveloped, but let there be no misunderstanding. That land is not underutilized, and it is not just a parking lot. That is the site where my children play and have recess and PE and outdoor education, and it is the future site for my children's education. I strongly and respectfully oppose the church's land to be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah?
Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Armstrong. That was my wife. My daughter Tabitha here is 7 years old. She was part of the inaugural year. Standing next to her is April Armstrong. She's 5 and she's coming in excited to be a kindergartner. This is Preston. He's 2.5. And then my wife has our 8-week-old daughter Trinity. And all 4 of our children intend to, I don't know if he knows it or not, but to go to Our Lady of the Pillar. And we appreciate the community that has built along with this school. We actually ourselves are not parishioners at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy, but the community there is very welcoming of folks, even those who are not Catholics, and that is very important to us. The school has provided a lot of comfort as far as the educational environment that we can present to our children. So I really encourage you not to mislead the state by saying that this is a property that's somehow available for low-income housing or any development. Let's be forthcoming in the plans that we submit to the state and not include this. Thank you.
Thank you. David Kulda, followed by Lies Tanner.
Hi, my name is David Kulda. I am a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar Church and a student at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. I love my school because we go on field trips every Friday and we could play basketball and soccer and a lot of fun games at recess. And my favorite part is playing in the big field right next to our school.
Thank you. Next person is Kanan Tapper. Followed by Julian Kulda.
Hello, my name is Liesel Kolbeson Tanner. I've been homeschooling my 7 kids for 16 years, just waiting for a faith-based school here on the coast side. Our Lady of the Pillar Academy is new, it's small, but my husband and I were happy to be early adopters because we so believe in the future of this school's growth. It has doubled in size, 100% in 1 year. We run a swim school with 280 employees and 9,000 children attend our schools weekly. I'm not currently a classroom teacher, but I am an educator. And I talk to parents every day about education, about alternatives, and about what they're looking for in schools and in educating their children. Our business is large, and we know the signs of a growing business when we see one. Doubling its size in 1 year is incredible. I not only trust very much in the academics, classical curriculum, and root beliefs of OLPA, I trust in the people who are building it, in their mission, energy, and zeal for this city. The school was long overdue, but it is happening. Please reject the housing element's interest in the church's property because it is meant to be the future site of a very impactful school. Thank you.
Thank you. Julianne Kulda, be ready after Kanan, followed by Lyndon Myers.
Hello, my name is Kanan Tanner, and I'm rising sixth grader at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. Last year, my academic test scores in math and reading jumped over second 2 grade levels in over a year, and in 1 year there. My learning was twice as much as the average kid my age. I also like my school a lot because I have very good friends. Nobody bullies anybody. Everyone plays with everyone. I like that they teach us about God and nature, and that the school helps me be excited about learning. I think there are many places in this town where we could build houses, but I ask you not use my school. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian, followed by Lynn and Peter Kulda.
Hello, my name is Julian Kulda, and I am speaking on behalf of Rick Giorgetti by reading a letter that he wrote. I am writing to indicate support in removing Opportunity Site 3, Our Lady of the Pillar Church, from the list of potential low-income housing site potentials. My name is Rick Giorgetti, and I have been living in downtown Half Moon Bay since 2017. However, my family has been involved in this community since 1914, when my grandfather immigrated from Lucca, Italy. As I read the comments in the agenda for tonight's meeting, the site remains under the direction of the San Francisco Diocese. And realistically, keeping it on the list, in my mind, is useless. Seems more politically driven than pragmatic. Why encourage the wrath of a large number of citizens for that reason? Thank you for considering our request. Rick Giorgetti.
Thank you. Lynn Myers, no. Peter Kulda. Lynn, yes. Yeah. Myers, yes. Ruben Gallegos, followed by Angelo Kulda.
Good evening. My name's Lindy Myers. We bought the Harold and Stella Cunha house on Johnston in 1992. I would request that you remove the property that belongs to the church and should be for the community. Please remove it from your list on the housing element. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Peter?
Hello, my name is Peter Kolda. I grew up in Half Moon Bay, and I'm a parishioner at OLP. This last spring semester at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy, I was gifted with the opportunity to work at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy as a teacher's assistant for the younger kids and also as yard duty. Witnessing these kids grow in their faith, quality education, and relationships at the school has been a gift. These are some of the happiest, smartest, and brightest kids I've ever seen. On top of their classical education at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy, they learn to dance, sing, publicly speak, and many more interesting things like that. This place is a haven where their innocence will be preserved and where they could grow into members of our community that will uphold the faith and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben Gallegos, followed by Angelo Kulda and Carolina Carvajal. Ruben? Nope. Angelo Kulda?
Hello, my name is Angelo Kulda. I grew up in Half Moon Bay and am a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar Church. I do not want our city designating our land for housing. The church intends to use our land for Catholic education. This is important because children need to grow up with a solid education, and this is going to happen on the church's property. Please remove our church land from the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolina Carvajal.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, all.
Yo soy una de las personas que aboga por la vivienda en Half Moon Bay.
I'm actually one of the people who advocates for housing in Half Moon Bay.
Creo que ya se aclaró que no se puede tomar a la fuerza la propiedad.
I think it's been clear that you can't forcefully take the property.
Pero es triste pensar de que muchas personas necesitamos vivienda en este momento, más de 1,000 personas.
It's really sad to think that there's over 1,000 people at this moment needing housing.
Viven hacinados.
They're assigned to housing.
Nuestros niños no tienen espacio ni para estudiar.
Our kids don't even have space to do their homework or study.
Creo que es por eso que tenemos un bajo nivel educativo.
I think that's why our educational level is so low.
El punto es que cada vez que hay un proyecto para crear viviendas,
Here's the point. Every time there's a project to create housing,
siempre sucede algo.
something always happens.
Se opone la comunidad blanca,
So the white part of the community always opposes it.
o sea, las personas que pueden
So
votar,
in other words, people who can vote,
diciendo,
and they say,
sí queremos viviendas, pero
we
no
do
aquí.
want housing, but not here.
Que lo construyan en otro lado,
Go build it somewhere else.
que lo construyan en el Granada.
Maybe in El Granada.
Los del Granada, que lo construyan en Half Moon Bay.
And then people from El Granada are saying, go build it in Half Moon Bay.
Los de Moss Beach, que lo construyan en el Granada.
People in Moss Beach are saying, go build it in El Granada.
Y así sucesivamente.
And like that.
Nunca se construirá vivienda entonces.
So we're never going to build any housing.
Nosotros, los pobres, somos
So-
los que mantenemos el bolsillo del rico.
The poor people are the ones who fill the pockets for the rich.
Se quejan del tráfico
They complain about traffic,
y los turistas son los que generan el tráfico.
and then the tourists are the actual ones who produce that traffic jams.
Acaban de decir que el pueblo está creciendo por el turismo.
You guys are just finished saying that the town is growing due to tourism.
Es triste que estén usando a nuestro Señor Jesucristo como excusa también.
And it's also really sad that we're using our Lord Jesus Christ as an excuse.
Él nos motivó al amor al prójimo.
So he actually caused us to love our neighbor.
Por favor, construyan viviendas
Please build housing
en un lugar donde sí nos quieran a los pobres.
in a place where us poor people are accepted.
Donde no hayan escuelas porque afecta a las escuelas.
Somewhere where there's no schools because it'll impact schools.
Donde no estemos cerca del centro de la ciudad porque afecta al centro de la
Where
ciudad.
we're not close to downtown because it'll impact downtown.
Donde no nos vea la gente rica porque somos una escoria.
In a place where rich people can't see us because we're a scourge.
Porque también necesitamos trabajar.
Because we also need to work
Sí, para mantener este pueblo también.
in order to support this town as well.
Para cuidar a la gente también.
To take care of
Y de
people
sus
as
casas
well.
también.
And their houses.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, thank
Gracias
you.
por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Muchísimas gracias, Carolina. Thank you very much. Lupe Zavala, followed by Annelies Dobbs and Mary Ellen Kulda. Lupe Zavala, yeah.
So we're going to allow her to make her comment, and then I'll provide a site translation for you all.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lupe Zavala.
Yo vengo con el corazón en las manos para pedirles, por favor, que remuevan el terreno de Nuestra Señora del Pilar de sus planes de viviendas. Nuestro sueño y el sueño de todos estos niños presentes es tener una escuela católica en este terreno de la iglesia de Nuestra Señora del Pilar. Para que un día ellos digan, tengo una escuela verdadera, un salón y un espacio bonito en donde yo pueda jugar durante el recreo. Esto es para el futuro de la juventud. Nuestros hijos, nietos o bisnietos, por favor, por favor, por favor, ayúdanos a realizar ese sueño en nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Good evening. My name is Lupe Zavala, and I come to you with my heart on my sleeve to ask, please remove the property at Our Lady of the Pillar from your housing plans. Our dream and the dream of these children present here is to have a Catholic school at this site at the church, so that one day they can say, we have a truly good school. We have a classroom. This is for the future of the youth, our kids, our grandkids, our great-grandkids. Please, please, please help us to realize this dream in our community. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Annalise. Followed by Mary Ellen Kulda and Colleen True.
Hi, my name is Annalise. I love my school, and I am very sad that you are planning on putting a low-income housing there. So that we cannot expand our school to the fullest potential. The next generation of kids needs the space, and the field is a great place to play. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen True, be ready, please. Followed by Patricia Stevenson.
Hi, my name is Mary Ellen Kulda. I am a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar and a student at Our Lady of the Pillar Academy. I love my school because every day I get to go to Mass and pray with my classmates, and because we have teachers who care about us and our future. Please help us to build our school on our land and not houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen, followed by Patricia. Enjoy more.
My name is Colleen True, and I'm an Irish Catholic, bitter woman. Yeah, oops is right, because first of all, I've got a lot of things to say, but I know you've got your little metal detector over there that's going to shut me off, but when somebody else has something to say that you like, they can talk forever. So, number one, does anybody know where there's a Catholic school between north of Santa Cruz, south of Pacifica? Anybody? On the coast? Our Lady of the Pillar. 1 year ago, we did this, and I've been begging for I grew up in Ohio, and I grew up in Toledo. And guess what they say about Toledo? Holy Toledo. Do you know why? Because there's a Catholic school in every single parish. And that's where I come from. You can turn that off, because I'm not done. My second point is, how many affordable housing units do we have in Half Moon Bay? Okay, We got one across the street from the gas station where I donate stuff, which is the old hotel. We have Wavecrest, which houses thousands of people.
Please conclude your statement.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
We also have, I don't know, over by Myrtle Street or by Poplar across the street, we have those affordable housing. We have senior living. We have so many affordable housing places here for such a small, tiny little community, right?
Please conclude your statement.
So why do you want to take our school away?
I want you to conclude your statement.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to complete my statement, and I'm going to tell you one thing. My daughter died as well, and they didn't close down the whole city of Half Moon Bay for her funeral. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great statement, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I could keep going.
Oh, I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could. Thank you. Please come again.
Hello again. 1 minute, huh? Okay, well, the church was 100 years old in 1968. I was 3. That's amazing. I'm inspired by this school. I only wish my son was young enough to attend it because for sure the public schools are lacking. And I hope you do stand by a comment that this gentleman said that you'll support the school in building it. To answer the gentleman's question, even though they read an email saying they wanted to be removed from the map, everybody still voted yes to put it onto the map at the Planning Commission meeting in case you had a change of heart or management or something like that was their solution. And Harvey, while he was on TV grandstanding, even though he knew the church said no, he knew he was on TV, so he said, maybe the church can give up some land for some parking for this site. That was really rude. Let's see. Pressure from the state. Lots of cities are fighting back. Are you reaching out? Are you, on this high density stuff? Because Solano County had a big win recently, so I suggest we start banding with other cities. We are not built for high density. And I feel that church is a valuable asset. And yeah, that church was utilized very recently. So, thank you.
Thank you. Joy Moore.
Hello. You'll have to bear with me. I had oral surgery this morning, but I felt compelled to come to this
Yes,
meeting.
please take your time and slow.
Hurts a little, but I wanted to show my support for the church. I'm not a member, but I am a member of this community. I have been a Half Moon Bay resident, business owner, and mother for a long time. There's a couple things I would like to address with the housing element that you had presented earlier. I was basically looking for clarification. You had mentioned that if Site 3 was removed from the housing element, what would be that repercussion? And I know you sometimes answer questions, sometimes you don't. I want to know what the repercussion is to remove it. I know that it was mentioned that the city may lose, if they didn't get accepted in the housing element, that the city would lose some federal funding, such as grants, receive a citation, or possible lawsuit. And I will complete my statement here. Please do the right thing. Listen to your town. Listen to what we have to say and how we feel. There's a lot of people here that don't want this put on that list. So like Nike says, just do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one but not least, Kathy Catalano.
My name is Kathy Catalano. I actually was getting ready for bed, but I felt that I needed to come here and speak. I've been a resident of Half Moon Bay for 30 plus years. I am not a member of Our Lady of the Pillar. I am a member of the Sacred Heart community in Saratoga, even though I've lived here. I thought I was going to address the housing. However, I was reminded by our hostess that this was not about the housing, it was about the property, which I am absolutely thrilled that this school is being built. When I moved here, I always wondered why there was no Catholic school. My granddaughter started at Fairlawn View. That Fairlawn View told my daughter, who they live in Montera, that they could not serve my youngest granddaughter, who's severely dyslexic and ADHD. My daughter sent the girls to St. Matthew's in San Mateo, and the youngest one just graduated from Mercy High School with a 4.4 average, the one that's dyslexic. She's on her way to UC Davis. So the schools here could not or would not serve the youngest one. And so I am thrilled that there's this school. Please retain this property for the school. I am just thrilled. And so please do that. I mean, do the right thing. You know, as a kid, I worked in the fields. We lived in one room. I have a master's in education. Things can be done and things can change. So please remove that from this proposal.
Thank you.
Mayor Jimenez, I have a few speakers on Zoom.
Please.
Joanne Rokoski.
Good evening. My faith tradition teaches that all people have inherent worth and dignity. We can live that value by building dignified and affordable housing, and the housing element provides a chance to do so by providing for 285 units of low and very low income housing sorely needed by members of this community. Despite the comments, no land is being taken. If objections cause the need for additional revisions and more delay in submitting a revised element, Half Moon Bay will remain out of compliance with state mandates. As I understand it, until the element is certified, Half Moon Bay may be subject to the builder's remedy. I doubt that those raising objections would like to see a proposal submitted under builder's remedy, such as that in Menlo Park, for 3 towers, one of which would be the tallest building in the Bay Area outside San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Carlisle Ann Young.
Hopefully this time, I know last time I tried to speak, you were having trouble. I'm just wanting to weigh in on the fact that I don't think it's a good idea for you to put the Catholic Church land on your list of proposal for excess property. It's not a good look. And I know that you probably put it on there because that little tiny single family home that you proposed for 555 Kelly wasn't going to be big enough for a 40-unit single unit tower. I guess they were originally going to be studios, and then it's sort of morphed into a community center for a loss, and two-bedroom and one-bedroom units besides just studio units, and only 17 parking spaces. But taking over the Catholic Church's parking lot is not a good look. And I'm opposed to that, and I think you should take that off your list. Thank you.
Thanks, Sid. Doreen Garrity.
Hi, this is Frank Garrity, Half Moon Bay. 2 points tonight. Two questions. First question, if a private property owner has said several times over several years that they do not want to give up their property, and the city claims they have no intention of taking it by force, then why is it on the list? It just creates the suspicions and the distrust of which you are hearing so much tonight. So advisable to the city to just take it off the list. Anyway, second point I really want to talk about is a different property on your housing element. This is the one at 75 Main Street. This is North Main, where it intersects with Highway 1 across the street from the Chevron gas station. You've got 250 homes proposed there, most of which are not affordable housing, which makes one assume that could be several cars per household, many trips in and out every day at that very busy intersection. 555 Kelly will be, traffic problem will be nothing compared to that intersection with 250 homes and all the car trips, especially during school time and rush hour. So my question is, what is the city's plan for that intersection, the ingress and egress of all those vehicles at that very busy intersection? Thanks. Good night.
Thanks, Frank. Jim Sutro. Jim, if you're there, can you unmute yourself?
I believe we're all aware of the concept of the camel's nose in the tent. I think what you're doing here is putting the camel into the tent, and this is not good faith. This is subterfuge to the state of California, because this is not going to work. You're just trying to fill up the cavities. I got more to say, but it's not the time for it. Good night.
Thanks, Jim. Yep. No more speakers, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for taking your time to come and speak. It was an honor to listen to all of you. It was very interesting. Great statements. Took some notes. And thank you. Let's do let's go. We are going to come back at 9:40. Take a break, 9:40. See you back 9:40. Thank you. back. Where's the crowd? I want the crowd back. Give him a call. Please bring him in. Please do. Come on, Juliet, bring him in. Hey, we should have time. You know, I mean, please hold on to your applause. I know, I mean, I just wanted to, more people here, when I was, I listened to pretty much everybody who spoke, and I want them to listen to me as well. That's okay. Actually, I'm checking out the screen, they're not there yet. Thank you, nice try. Okay, council members, any comments? Are we ready to make a motion? Oh, please make your comments, please. Yes, please.
I think we should take out the church property from the list of opportunity sites. And I think somebody else asked for their property to be removed on Poplar Street. If you don't want your property in it, it should just come out. I just don't see the point of exacerbating what are already tensions in the community. And certainly, property has a way of really blowing things up, the conflicts over property. And we don't need that. So I just don't see any reason to keep it in. Take it out.
Thank you. I know you like the comment, but please hold your applause. Thank you. Thank you.
But bottom line, I hear what people are saying about things being heavy-handed and, people not listening. I certainly find the legislature and the state's housing bureaucracy way too heavy-handed. I know there's a need, but I think the way it's being handled in this state, in our county, as we've seen recently, is not good. I think it only sows division when we should be looking to find solutions that work through collaboration. I worked for the state of California for over 20 years, and in my agency, it was all about eliminating conflict and working through collaboration. You only buy property from willing sellers. You don't risk creating conflict where there isn't none normally. So I'm worried that reading through the housing element, as much as we need all those things, and I'm basically in sync with a lot of the recommendations, it just feels to me like we're using the housing element to back ourselves into making commitments to a large housing bureaucracy locally, which I think for a city of 12,000 people is not necessary. I would leave a lot of the policies in, but I would, for one, I would take out or I would change the way we address the plan in terms of funding. I don't like seeing general fund listed as a funding source for a lot of these recommendations because I don't feel we should, use the housing element as a sort of proxy for the budget. So I think in the resources section, the housing resources section, it lists all the various funding sources, loans, grants, all that sort of thing. Where we, in the plan, have to put a funding source, I would just refer to that appendix or the section of the housing resources that says potential funding sources include. And you can say, the city's budget or the general fund, but it's a potential funding source. And we don't pin responsibility for it on our general fund, which is our day-to-day fund that funds so many other things. So I want us to change how we identify funding sources to be, more flexible and to indicate and direct the reader to a full list of all the potential funding sources. I also don't want us to make commitments through the Community Services Financial Assistance Grant Program, where what it looks to me like we're committing to making
annual contributions to nonprofits for housing work. I don't want to use the housing element as a proxy for what should be annual budget deliberations, where we look at where we are in the budget, what our cash flow is, where we are, and then we make decisions. I don't want to use the housing element to commit to expenditures when that's really part of our annual budget act, if you will. Not to say we might not consider that and do that during the budget deliberations, but I don't want the housing element to commit us that way, or to appear to commit us that way, or allow somebody later to say, but we said in the housing element we were going to pay for this, so we have to pay for this. And that's part of the, that's the beauty of the budget. That's our blueprint for spending, and that's where all that should happen, and not here in the housing element. Basically, I guess what I'm saying is, and I'm going to quote our former community development director, Jill Ekus, when she said, our land use plan is, and our general plan are for setting the table, right? We set the table through our land use policies and our zoning. We don't take that and try to actively push projects. I don't want us to be a pusher of projects. I don't like this idea of affirmative marketing program. I'd like to see that eliminated too. It shouldn't be our job to engage in marketing activities to develop potential demand for housing that might not be there. I want us to serve housing as the need comes forward. I want us to set the table. I don't see us as an active housing developer. So I'd like to see us soften the language in there about, being a coordinator, pushing projects or, potential projects on people. I don't see that as our role. We're not a housing agency. We're setting the table for housing to happen. Certainly, we need to educate people about opportunities and do that in a way that's multilingual. And but I don't see us as being like an active housing agency to make housing happen when it hasn't come forward. Am I kind of clear what I'm saying here? Setting the table, not pushing housing, not creating a large housing bureaucracy inside the city, or committing funds through the housing element. So where we are appear to be making funding commitments, I'd like to see that stricken. And I'd like us to acknowledge that our role is not as a housing developer. That's kind of creeping into this document. And we want to facilitate it for sure. We want to educate people about it, but I think we want to be careful that we don't make too many commitments that we couldn't follow through depending on our budget. There's a statement in there that we intend to prioritize 100% affordable projects, and I don't think that's necessarily a good idea because 100% affordable projects also don't pay taxes. So I would rather have us just say, that we're going to prioritize as many diverse housing projects and types of housing that will meet a multiplicity of needs, rather than actually coming out and saying we're going to prioritize this kind. We want to be open to many kinds, and I really appreciate that staff added information in there about co-housing, about looking at community land trusts. I think that was an important, development, because where HCD, the state's housing bureaucracy, would like us to prioritize and focus on units, building lots and lots of units, the priority really should be sheltering people. And there's many different ways to do that. Helping amass funding sources, not necessarily our own, to help people become first-time home buyers, to help multiple families buy a home together. The goal is to shelter people, not necessarily to build, units. That's so bureaucratic, isn't it? The government and the state. We only measure, the only metric is the number of units. We don't care about the people and are the people sheltered. We're only interested in units on the ground. And I don't like that approach, and I find that heavy-handed.
So the policies in here generally are good. We do have to comply with the law. We risk penalties if we don't, but I want us to be careful of the kind of document that we're adopting here, and that it set the table, that it facilitate, but that we don't, use it to back ourselves into situations we might not want to find ourselves in financially. So I'm not going to go line by line and tell you to change this or change that, but I'd like you to take those comments and think about how we're framing it. It's mainly a framing thing, I think. But those generally are the concerns I have. There were good comments that came in, I think, this afternoon. I didn't have a time to digest all of them. 10 pages, 12 pages. So I can't really address everything that was said there. But I feel that from a policy perspective, this is what I have to offer tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
The council's highest priority has been affordable housing, and I think we should continue on that track, whether you call it setting the table or facilitating or trying to get funding sources. I'm all in favor of everything that we can do to have more affordable housing. I'm not a fan of just counting sheltered people. I want people who wouldn't be able to live here otherwise to be able to live here. Many of the people who spoke here, and I'm very impressed by the passion of the Our Lady of the Pillar congregants who were here. Many of them said, well, you should build affordable housing somewhere else. There's lots of places. I've had many calls from constituents who said, why don't you build it here? Why don't you build it there? The reality is there are very few good spots to build affordable housing in Half Moon Bay, either from environmental constraints or because the land is owned by private people who aren't willing to sell it, or it's far away from services. There's all kinds of reasons why there aren't very many places to build affordable housing. Which brings us to the elephant in the room, the opportunity sites, number 3, the Our Lady of the Pillar parking lot, basically. There's been an incredible amount of misinformation presented tonight. Everybody was saying that the city is going to take over the land and force the elimination of a parochial school there. That is farthest from the truth. The opportunity sites are exactly what it sounds like. These are possible places over the next 8 years, which is the length of the housing cycle, that maybe, if the church were to go along with it, it might be possible to put affordable housing on church property. Nobody is forcing anybody who is unwilling to use that land, who owns that land, to do anything else. That's important to understand. Things change. I remember 10 years ago talking to the church real estate people in San Francisco, the Archdiocese, and at that time they were all in favor of affordable housing if we could get the pastor to agree. That's the reality. Things change. So who knows what's going to happen in the next 8 years. I'm not advocating that we take over a potential parochial school, but if it turns out that that school doesn't come to pass, and if it turns out that we have the developer and the buy-in from the church hierarchy, there isn't a better site in all of Half Moon Bay, frankly, for building affordable housing. It's environmentally clean, it's flat, It's big enough for building affordable housing. It's close to services. So that's why it was put on the opportunity site. Nobody is forcing anybody to build anything that the church will not go along with. So the Planning Commission understood that, and that's why they voted to keep it on the opportunity sites list. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brownstone.
Oops, there we go. Yeah, this is complex concepts. Also mixing in with politics, etc. So here's my thought. If, and I want to follow up on, well, first of all, I appreciate what Councilmember Ruddock said about some of the heavy-handedness that's been involved with a lot of the affordable housing requirements coming down from the state. And, you know, I'm not in those meetings with HCD on the negotiations about our housing element. But, you know, we are a small town of 12,000 folks, and we probably have more low-income housing. I'm not just saying affordable, because we all know there's different levels of affordable housing, right? Affordable housing, there's low income, there's very low income. But we probably have more very low income housing than most towns our size. Some is for seniors, we have Moonridge, we have Main Street housing. There's really quite a bit for a town our size. What's always bothered me is that the existing housing that we have doesn't count. And it's sort of like a what have you done for me lately approach. And that's always continues to bother me. And I think it's something always worthy to bring up with HCD, you know, like, okay, you, that might be legally, you might be able to tell us it doesn't count, but, you know, logically, does that always really make sense? Now, back to what Harvey was just saying, and I agree that there's nothing being done to my knowledge of taking any land away from the church or preventing anything from building some parochial schools as alternatives to existing educational alternatives in town. I think that's great. The thing that I struggle a bit with is if we're arguing that, hey, maybe that land won't always be used for schools. You never know what might happen years down the road. Well, I'm not sure why we continue to have that opportunity site designated then, because regardless of whether it is designated as an opportunity site, the church can always decide what they may or may not want to do with some of their land later. Whether they want to build housing, maybe they want to build a child care center for the community that's subsidized. It doesn't seem to me like one way or another they're prevented from doing that. So, you know, Mike, I would like you to have that, certainly that conversation with HCD regarding why we might feel that designating that as an opportunity site should in no way jeopardize our housing elements, especially when it causes really just a lot of unnecessary noise in the channel about things that are or aren't happening, or people feeling bullied, et cetera, by the city politically. I'd rather take those issues off the table. And I don't really have a problem with taking that designation away from the church property. Since again, as I said, doesn't mean church might not decide to do projects down the road anyway. I'm just saying that designation isn't going to make it happen one way or the other. Since if it is designated, we're not going to do anything that the church doesn't want to do. So again, if it's just for the purpose of some bureaucratic paperwork, I think we really need to kind of straighten that out and make sure these situations aren't happening in the future. So, and also, by the way, I really appreciated some of the information that came down, the example of Menlo Park, if you never get your housing element approved, it could end up in situations involving builders' remedies and building all kinds of high buildings. On the other hand, we did hear from our city council that because we are completely in the coastal zone, that's not probable, that there's, builder's remedy might not be applicable to Half Moon Bay. So it was good to learn tonight that risk may not be as high as we initially had discussed in the past. So anyway, there's a lot there, trying to summarize that all, but yeah, I'm ready to move forward, and I definitely like those also recommendations from Councilmember Ruddick about now designating everything as coming from general funds, et cetera, and having a different way of stating that in the document. So thank you, Councilmember Ruddick, for suggesting.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Yeah, just one response on the issue of including the church property as an opportunity site. These housing element cycles are rolling cycles, right? We're going to have to start the next one in just a couple years. So, the church can see if the school is effective, and, we could take it out now, and then maybe the next time things have changed and they want it back in, and we can do it then. What I'm just trying to say is I don't think we should exacerbate tension and conflict here. That's all. Not to say that things might not change in the future. So
it's not collaborative. If you want to hope we can work with the church on some projects down the road that might benefit the community, be nice not to have that. Not to have it as a battle and more as a joint effort.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, we've heard some comments now from council about the concept of removing both the Our Lady of the Pillar site and the site on Poplar Street from the housing element. So I think it's important, and I've already asked Mike to be prepared for this, just to share what that might mean for the housing element, just so that as you all deliberate, you understand, the implications and the risks and the lack of risk, as it were, for this. So Mike, if you wouldn't mind, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please, Mike. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sure. So there's a couple key points that I don't want the community to take these as sounding like excuses. I'm just trying to share information with council. So as far as things that staff is cognizant of is the perception from HCD that this is the second draft that they'll be receiving. So this site was included. So just highlighting that this site was included in the first draft. So they have seen it. Why that is pertinent is, and that draft was sent to them in May of 2023. Why that is pertinent and why I'm highlighting it is that HCD, so yes, you can remove sites. There are provisions that, and I'll lean on Asher in a second here to provide you with more information about no net loss in regards to removing sites. So it can be done. There are potential implications that we should all just be aware of in regards to removing any sites from the housing element. Staff would need to, if the site were removed, would need to have further evaluation and adjustments to the mitigated negative declaration that is scheduled to be released. So we'll need to work with our environmental consultant to rework those numbers. We could submit just removing those two sites, as Matthew pointed out, in regards to, and not replace them is an option. And I'll highlight a key point here. You can remove those sites, and I've had this conversation with Asher, and he'll be able to provide more detail if needed. But that being said, the city is required, and I didn't go into this in great detail tonight because it's been provided to council previously in the community, but the city is required to have a 15 to 30% buffer. So we have to anticipate housing beyond the 480 units. HCD requires that because they know that not every site will be developable, or there will be constraints on a housing development where the development does not happen. These are strict parameters from the state. I'm not making these rules up by any means, just responding to them. So those are potential implications. Yes, they can be removed. It would, we'd have to figure out the timeline. So if you give me a second to work through that, I'm gonna maybe pass it off to Asher to fill in any blanks that I'm potentially missing, or if Asher, you could provide just detail on the no net loss provision in regards to how the state, that information is provided by the state. But if you can provide just some highlights there, that'd be helpful.
Sure. Thank you, Mike. And thank you, Matthew, members of the council. So to speak a bit about no net loss, this is a state law. Basically, the high level understanding of it is that a city must have enough sites in its site inventory to meet RENA at all throughout the 8-year planning period. So there are several sites that have been allotted to the 4 different income categories: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And using the church site, that's allotted to very low. There are other sites that are also allotted to very low. And if some of the other sites, so let's say the church site is removed, we have 52 units allotted to that site. That still gives a bit of a buffer, basically a buffer of 10%, which basically what this means, if other sites get developed not for very low housing, don't get developed at all, things change for those sites, the city runs a risk of not having enough availability for very low income housing. What this means is, basically just means that the jurisdiction would have to add additional sites to the inventory. If this happens, we would have, an additional process would come up. We would relook at, the parcels in Half Moon Bay and see if we can make up that number somewhere else. So that's, I think, I'm happy to take questions and no net loss at this point. I don't want to get too.
We also need sites that are realistic. So if a church is proposing to build a growing parochial school, taking up more and more land on that site, then it doesn't seem, you know what I mean? Then is that really a realistic site then for housing, that much housing? I mean, it's maybe we think about that, about some other sites. Maybe we designated some sites as okay possibly or great, and we designate some other sites. They might not be perfect now, but they might be later. There's some land that we own near the old base cities. I don't know if that's already been included in the element or not, but I know we've had land there that Councilmember Penrose has referred to not too long ago, but there could be other, I get it. I mean, I understand the concept of net loss. If you're going to take away a site, you need to provide something else. But, it also kind of needs to be realistic. And in 8 years, things can change, and we have to do a new cycle anyway. So, the question always is how will HCD work with us? I think we're not one of those cities that's trying to, get around complying. If anything, I think we've done quite a bit to try and build affordable housing. So, yeah, I think it's just, so I don't know how we proceed right now. Do you want to come how much of this we can approve tonight, or how much you might need to come back with us and say what's workable. It's the timeline that we have to finish this all tonight, or?
If I may, through the mayor, I'd be happy to just give some insight on timeline.
Yes, please go ahead, Mike.
So any adjustments to the housing element as it stands now will take time to analyze, add new sites. Some of the at least the indication to remove these sites, yes, it would have been helpful to remove these sites a year ago, so we had time prior to being out of certification in this current state. So that is just something I'm highlighting for the council for you to consider. Staff will obviously follow your direction on how we proceed, but I feel the need to highlight that and acknowledge that staff has been trying to be as expeditious as possible on. This isn't a reason to not remove the site. I'm just want to restate where we are in regards to our certification process with the state, that we're out of compliance. And I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to answer more questions.
No,
I felt responsible to highlight that.
We have to look at the practicalities from our side too, as well as the church. So if we can't get this darn thing approved in this cycle by removing the church, then we also have to communicate, work with the church and, make sure they trust, no, we're not going to be making any proposals about building anything, on their land without their permission, period.
Okay, any more comments from council members before I make my statement?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that from my perspective, getting this housing element certified is really important. And details about whether or not we have a sufficient buffer, all that is secondary, in my opinion, to the urgency of getting this certified. So if it is a big deal, and Mike seems to think it is, to remove these sites, the practical implication is not severe, because nobody's going to force anybody to build housing that he or she doesn't allow. So I would go ahead and urge that we approve the existing second draft now and get it to HCD for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments before I make my statement?
I would like the changes that I suggested made, about relating to the funding sources and all that stuff. It sounds to me like it's not beyond the pale that we couldn't take them out. There has to be some number juggling. If you absolutely felt, that it couldn't come out this time, then maybe there's a scheme by which we identify the opportunity sites as likely or not likely, or high, medium, low. This would definitely be a low or very low opportunity, as well as the one on Poplar Street, to indicate that these have numbers attached to them, but they're not likely to happen, because we've heard from the property owners that they're not interested in the projects. So the alternative would be a scale of, is this a good opportunity or a bad opportunity? So you're weighting them in the document. That would be a fallback if you think you absolutely can't make the numbers work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree. I like that.
Any more comments, Councilmember Brownstone, before I make my statement?
I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Very interesting. I just want to clarify. Proposed sites doesn't mean there's no plan to build. It's just sites in Half Moon Bay that have been proposed, so we think that we can build. That's all it means. Well, let me finish my statement. Let me clarify that we are not taking your church away. We are not taking your freedom of religion. That's not what has been implied here at all. We're not taking your education away from you. Not at all. This is not what we're talking about. The reason I asked, the nice gentleman over there saying about about the question that I asked about, for him, because I wanted to make a point at the end of the meeting. Make a statement about why the comment and who spoke today. Vice Mayor Rareback said that we, City of Half Moon Bay, for the last 10 years, have had the priority to build low-income housing. It's been a priority. Number one, because we need it. Right now, we need close to 1,000 new homes for the community that we have in Half Moon Bay right now. Some of you have no idea. So what we're proposing, sites around Half Moon Bay with the possibility that we could build. We have no plans. We don't even own that property. We're just talking about different sites around Half Moon Bay. That's about it. There was a lot of attacks. Only Carolina was the only one from the people that made the statements that comes from a very low income family. Okay? Believe me, I know Half Moon Bay. I know Half Moon Bay. I listened to you earlier. Please give me the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate that. For more than an hour, I listened to a lot of comments from you. I was very clear. When we have so many speakers, we lower the time for you to speak. This is very easy for me, very simple. Okay? It is, I'll tell you the truth, it is upsetting, by the comments that I heard from the Catholic religion. I'm not against religion. I grew up Catholic, very Catholic. So I'm not against the religion, not at all. Just to be clear. But I also know that we in Half Moon Bay have people in great need of housing. The people that did not speak today are the ones that need the housing. Okay, they were listening. I wanted to make sure that the ones that were standing, headphones, to have one so they can actually hear. 2019, before I was in City Council, before I even thought about running for City Council 2020, I went and met with Father Jose. We talked about it. We talked about the site, about building affordable housing on the site. This north of the church. He actually agreed. 2020, he changed his tune. That's okay. So just to conclude, I actually recommend to keep lot number 3, or spot number 3, in the housing element for the city of Half Moon Bay to be looked at by HCD. Hoping that within this cycle, we can identify other sites. Anything can happen. Anything can happen in a second. By the way, thank you to the nice lady that made a comment about my son. I'm glad you remember him. Anyways, I would like to continue and keep in the recommendation that is being brought to us by Planning Commission on the staff report. So I would like to have if we can have a motion.
I move that we acknowledge receipt of recommendations from the Planning Commission, including in the staff report, and direct staff to include any recommended revisions made by the City Council. I don't think there were any significant ones tonight. And direct staff by resolution to submit the 2023 to 2031 housing element second HCD draft, July 30th, 2024, second draft, to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD.
Second. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Staff has let me know that they hear what I'm saying, so that's good, so I'm going to say yes.
Vice Mayor Barback?
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right.
Thank you. So this is for tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.